Hujambo mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, karibu sana kwenye taarifa za upeo wa TV47. Siku ya leo tumekuandalia taarifa na vile kutakuwepo na mahojiano na naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Mwanahabari wetu ambaye ni George Maringa yupo tisti kabisa, na wanahabari wengine kutoka vituo vingine ambapo watakuwa wanamhoji naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Na vile mtazamaji, taarifa za hivi punde ni kuhusiana na mabadiliko katika baraza la mawaziri, ambapo waziri wa usalama wa ndani ambaye sasa ataanza majukumu yake ni Kipchumba Murkomen. Waziri wa kilimo na mifugo ameteuliwa Mutahi Kagwe. Ikumbuke kwamba Mutahi Kagwe alihudumu kama waziri wa afya katika uongozi uliopita, ambao ukipenda serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta alipokuwa waziri wa afya. Sasa ameteuliwa kuwa waziri wa kilimo na mifugo ambaye sasa ni Mutahi Kagwe. Vile waziri wa biashara ambaye ameteuliwa ni Lee Kinyanjui. Lee Kinyanjui alihudumu kama gavana wa kaunti ya Nakuru, ameweza kuteuliwa kuchukua fursa ama kuchukua nafasi ya waziri wa biashara na viwanda katika wizara hiyo katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Vile mtazamaji, waziri wa masuala ya vijana Salim Mvurya hivi sasa amechukua nafasi hiyo, nafasi ambayo imekuwa ikishikiliwa na waziri Kipchumba Murkomen. Mtazamaji, taarifa ambayo tunazidi kuifuatilia na tutakujuza katika taarifa zetu zijazo. Vile mtazamaji, nimekuarifu kwamba kikosi chetu kiko thabiti kabisa kutoka makao ya naibu wa rais ambaye ni Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Tusikilize ni kipi ambacho kinajiri kwa sasa ili tuweze kukujuza kwa kina zaidi. Hivi sasa ni picha za moja kwa moja ambazo tutakuwa tunazipata katika muda usiokuwa mrefu ili tuweze kukujuza masuala ambayo yanaendelea vivo hivyo. Na ukiona wanahabari wamekaa tisti, mwanahabari wetu George Maringa yuko pale, ako ange kabisa kutoka Karen, ambapo muda mchache ujao tutakuwa tunapata mengi zaidi kutoka Karen, mahojiano ya moja kwa moja ili tuweze kujua ni kipi ambacho naibu wa rais atakuwa anakizungumzia. Ikumbuke kwamba ni siku 50 tangu kuteuliwa kuwa naibu wa rais baada ya kutimuliwa kwake aliyekuwa naibu wa rais ambaye ni Rigathi Gachagua. Taarifa mtazamaji ambao tunazidi kukujuza na habari za hivi sasa unavyoona pia kwenye kiwambo chako ni kwamba kuna mabadiliko katika baraza la mawaziri. Kuna wale viongozi wapya ambao wamechukua nafasi hiyo, na vile mtazamaji, kuna wale ambao wameweza kubadilishiwa wizara mbalimbali. Ni kusomea tu kwa faida yako ili uweze kuwa sawa kabisa mtazamaji. Ni kuhusiana na uteuzi wa mawaziri wapya. Waziri wa teknolojia na habari ameteuliwa William Kabogo. Kabogo aliwahi hudumu kama gavana wa kaunti ya Kiambu. Vile waziri wa usalama wa ndani ambaye amechukua nafasi ambayo iliachwa na Profesa Kithure Kindiki ambaye aliteuliwa kuwa naibu wa rais ni Kipchumba Murkomen ambaye amekuwa akishikilia nafasi ya wizara ya michezo na vile masuala ya vijana, nafasi ambayo imeweza kuchukuliwa na Salim Mvurya ambaye ameteuliwa kushikilia nyadhifa katika wizara ya masuala ya vijana. Na vile waziri wa biashara ameteuliwa Lee Kinyanjui ambaye alihudumu kama gavana wa kaunti ya Nakuru. Vile mtazamaji, ambaye mwingine ameteuliwa ni waziri wa kilimo na mifugo ambaye ni Mutahi Kagwe. Ikumbuke kwamba Mutahi Kagwe alihudumu katika serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta akihudumu kama waziri wa afya. Mtazamaji, hivi sasa nikujuze taarifa zingine ambazo zinazidi kuchipuka tukisubiri mahojiano yake naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki kutoka Karen. Waziri wa maji Mhandisi Eric Mugaa amezitaka serikali za kaunti kuboresha mfumo wa usambazaji wa maji kwa kuzingatia teknolojia za kisasa. Akizungumza katika kaunti ya Samburu alikokagua miradi ya maji, Mugaa amesema mbinu za kisasa zitasaidia kaunti kukusanya mapato inavyopaswa. Naibu gavana wa Samburu Gabriel Lenengwesi pamoja na seneta Naisula Lesuda wameahidi kufanya kazi na serikali kuu ili kuwafaa wakazi wa kaunti ya Samburu.
We have a challenge of non-Devon water which stands at around 46%, and that is why we started by having a brief meeting, introductory meeting with all leaders, including the management of Samburu Water and Sanitation Company, to discuss strategies on how to first of all reduce the solar bill, the pumping bill that is around between ranges between 700 to almost 1 million every month. And also reduce the water losses, non-revenue water in the region. The challenge is the infrastructure is old, more than 40 years, the last mile connectivity infrastructure. And the treatment plant, the existing treatment plant, despite the one that we are building right now, was built in the year 1984.
A project that's bound to take place like 2 years ago. But we are very happy we are seeing some action. What we are requesting on behalf of the county, that let's now walk the talk. Let's walk the talk. We'll work together with the national government, together with the water agencies, and the able leadership of this great county.
The project will be complete so that the people of Maralal town can enjoy this very important resource, which is water. So we do hope that the next time we'll be here, people will be having clean and safe water from Yamo Dam. As you can see, it's complete, it is full to capacity. It is just the treatment plant and the supply of water to the town, so that really there's also value for money in the entire project, because it's not a small.
Kwingineko, wakulima wa kahawa kutoka mashirika 14 ya kijamii kaunti ya Kirinyaga wameshitumu mwelekeo kutoka kwa Wizara ya Mashirika unaolenga kuboresha malipo ya moja kwa moja kwa wakulima kupitia akaunti za benki, sako au M-Pesa. Viongozi wa jamii hizo wakiongozwa na mwenyekiti Kithure Kindiki wamemshtumu waziri wa vyama vya ushirika Wycliffe Oparanya kwa kujaribu kuanzisha sheria mpya bila kushirikisha umma ili kuwapa wakulima fursa ya kutoa maoni yao.
The circular is going to affect us in many ways. For one, we do not have the same expenses in our factories. So by saying that 20% will go to the cooperative societies and 80% to the farmers, that has been retrogressive, because we do pay our farmers up to 90 or 95% of the net payment.
We gathered to discuss the circular from the Minister of Cooperative, which we feel it is dangerous. It is the last nail to the death of coffee. Kirinyaga farmers were very hopeful after the regulations allowed them to have their mill. The regulation allowed them to sell their coffee through Kirinyaga slopes. And right now, what has been introduced through this circular, it means disruption of the business of Kirinyaga coffee.
Hiyo circular minister ametuletea kwa ya kahawa, tumekataa na hiyo circular. Tunasema hiyo inakuja kumaliza kahawa yetu au ukulima wetu wa kahawa, na ndio tunasema sisi tukiwa wakulima wa Kirinyaga tumekataa hiyo,
inatuumiza.
Mtazamaji, maafisa 11 katika serikali ya kaunti ya Elgeyo Marakwet wamekula kiapo kuchukua nafasi katika bodi ya utumishi wa umma pamoja na manispaa ya mji wa Iten. Gavana wa kaunti hiyo Wesley Rotich ametoa wito kwa maafisa hao kuwahudumia wananchi kwa haki na bila mapendeleo. Kauli hii imetiliwa mkazo na naibu gavana Grace Ngeserek, ambaye ametaka bodi ya utumishi wa umma kuweka mikakati thabiti na kuhakiki idadi ya wafanyakazi wa serikali ya kaunti hiyo.
Tulikuwa na tabu nyingi sana. Hapakuwa na shule. Hapakuwa na masomo yoyote ya watoto wa nchi ya Kenya. Mimi na wale wengine tuliokuwa nao tulifanya hapa kuwa na skulu za kwanza, kwa sababu ilikuwa imekaliwa na wazungu na hawakupenda kuelimisha watu weusi.
Hakuna kitu ingine. Goliba, unfortunately, hamuna cash crop. watu wa Kitui walikaa chini, sababu mimi ni mtu wa research, na wakasema Kitui hatuna cash crop. Cash crop ni kusoma. Ukienda Kitui, every small village, hata nyumbani unakuta kuna wakili. Hiyo ni kitu moja, that is a sure bet. Kuna wakili katika, in fact, every home.
Maji yenye inaendelea hata saa hii haijamalizika, huko watoto wenye nguvu na itafaidi community around. Hiyo maji tunaendelea kuifanyia kazi, na pengine hata hii wiki tutazidua mambo ya wale watakuja kutengeneza water tower, kusolarize hiyo mradi na itakuwa yenu.
Naam, mtazamaji, tunazidi kukupasha taarifa hizi tukisubiri mahojiano ya moja kwa moja ambapo naibu rais Kithure Kindiki atakuwa anazungumza ama anahojiwa na wanahabari katika makao yake pale Karen, taarifa ambayo tutakupeperushia kutoka mwanzo hadi tamati ili uweze kufahamu ni kipi ambacho atakuwa anakizungumzia katika kipindi cha siku 50 tangu alipoteuliwa kuwa naibu wa rais, na ni taarifa ambayo pia tutakuwa tunakupa kwa kina zaidi. Vile vile mtazamaji, ni kukumbushe kumefanyika mabadiliko katika baraza la mawaziri. Kuna wale ambao wameteuliwa na kuna wale ambao wameweza kuhamishwa kutoka wizara moja hadi nyingine. Kwa kiduchu ni kueleze uteuzi huo ni kwamba hivi sasa William Kabogo ambaye alikuwa gavana wa kaunti ya Kiambu ameweza kuteuliwa kuwa waziri wa habari, mawasiliano na teknolojia, ukipenda ICT. Vile vile waziri wa usalama wa ndani ambaye ameweza kupewa nafasi hiyo ni Kipchumba Murkomen ambaye amekuwa waziri wa michezo. Wadhifa ama wizara yake ikikabidhiwa Salim Mvurya ambaye sasa atakuwa waziri wa masuala ya michezo na vile vile masuala ya vijana ili kuweza kuendesha gurudumu la uongozi katika wizara hiyo. Vile vile Lee Kinyanjui ameweza kuteuliwa waziri wa biashara na viwanda, na ikumbuke kwamba Lee Kinyanjui alikuwa gavana wa kaunti ya Nakuru. Mtazamaji, ndo shughuli hiyo ambayo imeweza kufanyika. Ambaye ameteuliwa kushikilia ama kuchukua hatamu za uongozi katika wizara ya kilimo na mifugo ni Mutahi Kagwe. Ikumbuke kwamba Mutahi Kagwe alihudumu katika serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta alipohudumu katika wizara ya masuala ya afya, na ikumbuke kwamba aliangazia mengi tu kipindi kile cha corona, na tukaweza kupata mengi kuyafahamu wakati huo taarifa zikichipuka. Taarifa hii mtazamaji tunaifuatilia kwa kina zaidi, ambapo tutakuwa tunakujuza kadri muda unavyozidi kusonga. Na ikumbuke kwamba baraza la mawaziri limeweza kufanyiwa mabadiliko, na ikumbuke kwamba wakati wa mwisho mabadiliko yalifanywa ni wakati ambapo kulikuwa na maandamano ya vijana wa Gen Z, wakati ambapo mawaziri mbalimbali waliweza kuhamishwa kutoka wadhifa mmoja hadi mwingine, wengine wakatemwa, na hivi sasa tumeweza kuona mabadiliko hayo mara ya pili katika mwaka huu wa 2024. Mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunakufahamisha mengi zaidi kadri muda unavyozidi kusonga. Hivi sasa mtazamaji, ni kuarifu taarifa zingine kwamba maonyesho ya kitamaduni yanaendelea kwa siku ya pili leo katika kaunti ya Vihiga, huku tamasha hizo zikileta pamoja jamii za Maragoli, Banyore, Tiriki pamoja na Terik ambao ni wakazi wa kaunti ya Vihiga. Licha ya eneo hili kujivunia tamaduni za aina yake, wazee wanaeleza hofu kwamba huenda baadhi ya mila na desturi zikatokomea kutokana na hali ya vijana wengi kuasi tamaduni, huku serikali ya kaunti hiyo ikipambana kuhifadhi mila na desturi. Arnold Odidi na taarifa kamili.
Kwenye uwanja wa shule ya upili ya wavulana ya Mbale hapa Vihiga, maonyesho ya kitamaduni yanazidi kunoga. Sio densi za kitamaduni, maonyesho ya vyakula vya kiasili na hata baadhi ya zana za vita ambazo zilitumika enzi zile. Jamii za Maragoli, Banyore, Tiriki na Terik zikipata nafasi ya kipekee kudhihirisha uimara wa mila na desturi zao. Licha ya hili, pana hofu kuwa huenda haya yote yakazikwa katika kaburi la sahau, kwani vijana wengi sasa wanakumbatia mitindo mipya ya maisha, hali inayowakosesha wazee hawa usingizi.
Vijana wetu wamewacha utamaduni kabisa, wamerudi kwa ujenzi. Ukimwambia na kuambia we ni analog na niambia nini? Huwezi kumwambia kitu asikie.
Unaona vijana sasa hivi wanauana ovyo ovyo tu, lakini kama ni kizamani vijana wakioa wanafundishwa wanafundishwa na wazee namna ya kukaa, bibi kukaa na mume, mume kukaa na bibi. Siku hizi hakuna. Vijana hawataki kusikia mafundisho ya wazee.
Gavana wa kaunti ya Vihiga, Daktari Wilbur Otichilo, ambaye alifungua rasmi maonyesho haya ya kitamaduni, pia amekiri kuwa pana haja kwa mikakati ya haraka kuwekwa ili kuhifadhi mila. Daktari Otichilo anasema kwamba serikali yake imo mbioni kuhakikisha kuwa historia, mila na desturi za jamii zote hapa Vihiga zinahifadhiwa.
We are building cultural center in every sub-county, and very soon we are opening one at Bunyore, where all these artifacts are going to be domiciled. And we want to use that to impress the tourists. And in these cultural centers, we want these artifacts to be improved. You know, we can't be just talking of the old thing. If it's this thing here, it's been old, but now we want to improve it, add value, the way the Maasais have done.
Kadhalika, baadhi ya vijana pia wameonekana kujitokeza katika maonyesho ya mwaka huu, japo kwa idadi ndogo, waliofika hapa wakitoa wito kwa wenzao kutosahau mizizi yao.
Wanaona kama ukijua culture wewe si mtu mwenye umesoma.
Naam, mtazamaji, tutakuwa tunakuletea mengi zaidi kadri muda unavyozidi kusonga, na tulivyokuahidi kwamba naibu wa rais ambaye ni Profesa Kithure Kindiki atakuwa anahojiwa na wanahabari kutoka vituo mbalimbali. Mwandishi wetu George Maringa atakuwa anawakilisha kituo hiki cha TV47 ili kuweza kumhoji naibu wa rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki kuhusiana na masuala mbalimbali. Ikumbukwe kwamba kumekuwepo ama amehudumu kwa kipindi cha siku 50. Tutakuwa tunajua ni kipi ambacho anakiangazia wakati huu amekuwa akihudumu na ni kipi ambacho tunatarajia kuangazia tunaposonga mbele. Mtazamaji, ni kujuze naibu wa rais atakuwa anasema na waandishi wa habari kutoka vituo mbalimbali, na vile vile atakuwa anaangazia masuala mbalimbali ikiwemo lile swala la utekaji nyara ambao umekuwepo humu nchini, swala la wanawake kuuliwa kiholela. Masuala hayo hivi sasa naarifiwa na mwelekezi wangu Nick. Tuvuke mbashara hadi katika makao ya naibu rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki. Karen, tusikilize mahojiano hayo ambayo yanafanywa na wanahabari tukiwakilishwa na George Maringa. Hebu sasa tupate kitambulisho kabla tuelekee Karen.
Hujambo mtazamaji, ni takriban siku 50 tangu kuapishwa kwa naibu rais Profesa Abraham Kithure Kindiki, wadhifa uliotanguliwa na miaka miwili ya usimamizi tata kwenye Wizara ya Usalama na Masuala ya Ndani ya nchi. Hii leo kwenye mkao wake wa kwanza kama naibu rais atakuwa anawaelezea Wakenya kuhusu wadhifa wake mpya pamoja na ajenda za serikali. Mimi ni Mashirima Kapombe kutoka runinga ya Citizen, lakini niko na wenzangu kutoka mashirika mbalimbali ya habari.
My name is Joel Chacha from K24 TV.
My name is Michelle Ngele Odhiambo from NTV.
And I am John Jacob Kuria from the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation.
I am Ashley Mazuri from KTN.
Good evening, I'm George Maringa from Cape Media Limited, TV47.
Karibu Professor, na asante sana kwa muda wako. This interview will be conducted in both English and Kiswahili, so feel free to express yourself in the language that you feel most comfortable. Now let's start with the elephant in the room. When we publicized this interview, some of the reactions that we received were quite hostile on your person. And I'll read some of those responses that we got. One said, cancel that interview. Another one said, not worth my time. Another one called you a butcher and a murderer. Another said, who killed protesters under his leadership? Now, why would this interview generate so much hostility on your person? And why do you think Kenyans feel tonight whatever you have to say is not of value to them?
First, I appreciate and thank you for having me on this broadcast. It is, maybe I'll start by saying that not everyone is saying what you read out. the others who are saying other things. But that is still okay, because it is the right of the people of Kenya to express themselves on what they think about their leaders, especially political leaders. And therefore, mine is to confirm that because I've been in public life for a while, in various capacities, I have endeavored to do my best to my country, and I have no regrets for anything. Maybe lessons learned, which is a common human thing, that perhaps there are things I've picked along the way. But in terms of my public duty and commitment to our national interests, I have been extremely clear on what is expected of me in the various roles that I have played in this country.
As Interior CS, where Kenyans feel that you oversaw massive brutality on Kenyans who are expressing themselves when they felt that their leaders were not representing them in the way that they should, do you take personal responsibility for the murder of 60 people, according to the KNCHR?
Well, the violent protest that took place early this year, and even earlier on in 2023, unfortunately led to loss of lives. Some of those lives were lost in various ways, including through police action. I have no reason to take responsibility for anything, because the space of violence and encounter with law enforcement is a space which is defined by law. And the role of the Minister for Interior is defined in the Constitution, Article 245, on what that role is. That role includes providing policy guidance to the organs of internal security. The role of police operations are protected through the mandate of independent command of the Inspector General, and therefore police operations, especially in engaging protesters or people who are seen as breaching the peace, is the province for the independent command of the National Inspector General of the National Police Service. As far as I'm concerned, the 2 years I have been the country's Interior Minister, every single day of them, when I woke up to do my work, to make sure that the security organs of our country that protect our country from threats, security threats, perform their work, and should they require any policy guidance, that guidance is provided. And that's all what I can say for now.
So you're saying tonight that you have no say whatsoever when the police misbehave?
The Interior Minister has no role in police operations, according to Article 245.
So you have no say whatsoever when they go wrong as a professor of law?
I have a say, and I said it. And the say is this, that police officers are allowed to use force, including lethal force, in exceptional circumstances. Should any officer violate the strict parameters of those circumstances, they are accountable under the law. And we said many times, not once, not even in the context of the protest alone, but also in the context of the fight against terror and the fight against banditry and other organized crime, that any police officer who uses their firearm lawfully within the Constitution, including lethal force, has legal protection. But so any of them who exceeds the parameters of the Constitution is on their own, and the organs of accountability is not the Interior Minister. It is the agencies such as IPOA and the DPP and the rest.
Mm-hmm. So who shot at David Chege at the precincts of Parliament and Erickson Chalo Mutisia? These two young men were not armed. Would you say that use of live ammunition was reasonable?
I think the matter of the violence that occurred in Parliament and the unfortunate loss of life is a matter that which is actively being investigated by IPOA and other agencies. So it will be preemptive for me to tell you who shot the two Kenyans who unfortunately, according to the records, lost their lives in that context.
So how far the investigations? You're the DP now. You may have moved on to a different role, but it's definitely senior to...
I'm aware that there are two ways of conducting investigations. One is through the internal affairs unit of the police. But our policy in the last 2 years, while we were in that docket, we discouraged the internal affairs unit of the police from being the ones to investigate their colleagues because it raises issues of conflict of interest and perhaps perceptions of bias. So we encourage the independent police oversight authority to be the one to do the investigations. The report I had when I left the ministry is that they had made some good progress. They reported to me they had some 6 files which are ready from the context of the riots and the violence around that time. But there has been a transition in the leadership of IPOA right now. A new commission has just been put in place. And the work of IPOA is led by commissioners. It's not led by the secretariat. So the delay in the last 2-3 months could be associated to the leadership transition by IPOA.
Ashley and George, you have follow-ups. Ashley? All right, Your Excellency, you have made a name for yourself as a defender of human rights. Are you proud about the events that occurred in June this year? I mean, this led to deaths of young, innocent Kenyans. Where does this sit as, to you, the professor of human rights, not as the deputy president, but as the professor of human rights?
Any Kenyan, not to mention a professor of law, who would be proud by what happened in our country June, July, from whatever angle, would be inappropriately doing so. Because those events were extremely painful to the country. They were unnecessary, if I may say so, because there is a way of processing democratic encounters, and there's a way in which the balances between the protection of public safety and the expression of individual rights and freedoms must help us navigate peaceful and orderly society. So to answer your question, I wouldn't be proud at all.
Mr. Deputy President, then what did you have to say to families who are still looking for their loved ones? For instance, on X, we were tagged and someone said, I always communicate with Peter Masharia's mom. Imagine she wakes up every day to go to the mortuary. Peter Masharia went missing on the 25th of June. Tonight, what do you tell those families that are still looking for their loved ones?
To the families who lost their loved ones or whose loved ones are still missing, I would say that it's unfortunate that this country went through what it went through in June, July. I hope that our country has learned the lessons and we will not get there again, because losing a loved one, having a loved one missing for months, almost half a year, even for a day, is extremely painful. And therefore, as I said when I responded to this matter earlier on, maybe not on this forum, it is very unfortunate, and we, including myself, regret that our country went that direction and hope that we will not get there again.
Yes, when they look at you, Professor, they say you are the face of, disappearances, abductions, deaths and murders on young people in this country. Do you feel that you're struggling to shake off that tag?
Not at all,
okay.
Because it is not true. So I don't struggle at all.
So then,
Your Excellency, the families that were bereaved pleaded with the government of the day to help them with burial expenses. Did that happen? How much was spent? And there was a committal to compensate families that lost their beloved ones. What's the status of that, Deputy President?
To the best of my knowledge, a number of families were given modest ex gratia support on a request basis and on a basis of confidentiality, because what the state does in a situation like that, when there is distress in the country, citizens are facing distress, we go out of our way for ways of supporting. But normally that support is support which, first of all, is not budgeted for, so we have to look for ways of, within the security budget, absorbing some of those costs. And if I recall well, a number of families were supported on an ex gratia basis. The question of compensation is a little more complex and will require guidance, because no law would allow expenditure on compensation for events similar to what we had. I am aware, even in more extreme cases like terrorist-related deaths and injury, it is anticipated that victims of terrorist crimes and other violent acts would be compensated. And I think when we left the ministry, we were trying to develop regulations on the operationalization of Section 49 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act. I think that can form a basis of thinking of how else or in which other circumstances perhaps extreme cases of loss and injury could be compensated. So that's a discussion we are having, and I'm more than willing to follow up. Even in my new role, nothing prevents me from following up and ensuring that in justifiable cases which are defined by law, where injury or loss happens and the law allows, then compensation can ensue.
So this evening you're telling Kenyans that the bereaved families will have to wait longer until the law is developed. And I'm not actually asking for specific families. These are public resources for purposes of accountability. Once again, how much was spent to settle the burial expenses?
I wouldn't know, because it's not, you know, there's no vote called burial expenses. There's no vote like that. So this is ex gratia support, not just for these cases, many other cases every day that the state deals with are done ex gratia within the security operations budget, and therefore it's not possible to pinpoint this amount was used for burial because of the lack of a specific vote line.
On the time frame for compensation?
What about?
What time can they wait? For how long can the law be developed?
I am not sure, but we will do our best to make sure that cases where we form consensus, national consensus that require compensation are onboarded, because even in the extreme and glaring cases of terrorism, I've told you, it has taken, I think now, quite a number of years since we enacted the Prevention of Terrorism Act to operationalize that section. So I'm hoping perhaps within the year, within the coming year, we can work with the new leadership in that ministry and other stakeholders in the normal way government works and process perhaps regulations on the operationalization of some of these issues. As to whether that can be expanded beyond terrorism-related incidents, that is a discussion again which we can open up to stakeholder input and have it dealt with.
It's clear, Mr. Deputy President, that the tag behind you, and my colleague Mheshimiwa Kapombe mentioned it when we mentioned that we were having this interview, is not a very rosy one. And one person in particular called you the butcher of Tharaka. I have two important questions I'd like to understand. Because President William Ruto addressed the nation on the night of June 25th when protesters breached Parliament. He told the nation that that was a treasonous act perpetrated by crooks and criminals. Do you believe that the young people killed by police during the protest were crooks and criminals and not young people trying to advocate for their rights?
The protests of June started as legitimate protests by peaceful Kenyans who were expressing their rights and opinions on certain issues that they felt that needed to be handled by government differently. In the course of those protests, criminal elements infiltrated those protests. And it became very difficult. On the one hand, you have protesters whose interest is just expressing themselves within the Constitution. But within their midst, there are people killing people, hurting people, looting property. And that's how Parliament was breached, because protesting does not include breaching in Parliament, which is a restricted access facility. And that day, we came very short of the burning down of Parliament. And in the process, the chambers of the Chief Justice were also vandalized by protesters, broke the wall, broke windows and doors, and stole water and other items. So the point is, how do we balance going forward? They need to protect the right to protest, but at the same time ensure public safety. Other countries have had their occasions, like the Americans had on 6th January 2020. Similar situation. People are unhappy with an election outcome, and they just venture into constitutional institutions and run amok and bring violence. So it is unfortunate we had that mix-up between honest, legitimate protesters and cruel and dangerous criminals who really caused a lot of pain, death, destruction, and almost put down some of our institutions established under the Constitution.
There's been many questions over who gave the shoot-to-kill order. Was there a shoot-to-kill order? And was it a show of culpability for security agencies under your command that warranted the presence of the military, the Kenya Defense Forces, to quell the situation?
There was no shoot-to-kill order. And the Interior Minister does not command the operations of the police. And this is spelled out in Article 245 of the Constitution in very clear terms.
If there was Your Excellency, I want to put this question to you, and it's a question of responsibility. When you're being vetted for the second time as the Cabinet Secretary Interior, there was a lot of praise heaped on you for combating banditry in the north of Kenya. And you appeared to acknowledge that. Was the police in the North Rift under different command, so much so that when it comes to the Gen Z protests, you're not the one in charge, but when it comes to the North Rift, you will take the glory?
At no time have I said I've been in charge of the operations on banditry, because the Minister for Interior does not play that role. Have I provided it policy leadership to deal with banditry in the last 2 years? The answer is yes, in a very consequential manner, with great humility, because other than advising on the establishment of the Operation Maliza Uhalifu and the gazettement of the disturbed areas. You know, that's the job now of the minister. Those are policy interventions. But I was able to push through in a very difficult financial situation prevailing then in the country, an injection of a significant amount of resources to acquire equipment to assist the police in their operations, which has been the missing link for many years. MRAPs, that is the mine resistance ambush protected vehicles, armored personnel carriers, drones, that is the aerial vehicles, unmanned aerial vehicles, and so many other, including personal protection items. So, in a very modest way, I would want to be associated with the tremendous work done by the police, with the support of the military, to dismantle the infrastructure of banditry in the North Rift, because I provided policy support for the acquisition of modern weapons and also providing the legal space for the police to carry out operations, especially in the areas which I classified as disturbed and dangerous, because that is where criminals were always retreating and regrouping. Those areas today are completely free from bandits.
The question here, Your Excellency, is on the question of responsibility. Local NGOs, the United Nations, the US government, the foreign missions have admonished the government of the Republic of Kenya of its human rights record, and particularly the handling of a Gen Z protests. My question to you tonight is, when the Republic of Kenya is being admonished, who takes responsibility?
Well, as I have said, you see the general admonition or viewpoints by various stakeholders on the performance of government on many things, including homeland security, is a legitimate thing. But the question of responsibility arises when one believes that there is something they have done wrong. It doesn't arise when someone's conscience is crystal clear. They have not done anything wrong. From where I sit, the nearly 700 days I served as Kenya's Interior Minister, one, I can account for each of those days what I did for this country, sometimes under great distress and risk, which I knew I'm exposing myself, but because of duty, I had to do it. Some of the places I did, my predecessors never ventured into them. I spent nights in police barracks and military barracks with frontline soldiers, not to command them, but to give them moral support, including on Christmas Day, including on Easter, places like Lamu, where terror attacks were the order of the day, to give them support that the government has not sent these officers there to die. They have sent them there to protect the nation, and as minister, my moral support and the policy guidance I gave, I think, was instrumental in a big way because of the feedback I have received from the officers. So to answer your question, therefore, I see, I am not saying that our homeland security system is perfect. It is work in progress. But responsibility is individual. It's not collective.
I must remind you, Prof, and the viewers, that there's a lot of rain here, so we'll have to speak a bit louder so that we can be heard. But as you speak about policy guidelines and taking modest credit for what was done in the North Rift on banditry, are you trying to tell us that you could not give policy guidelines on how police protests or moral support in them ensuring that they adhere to human rights?
We did.
So what happened? What went wrong?
What went wrong is what goes wrong when maybe, the operations, security operations are intense and emotive operations. It's not somewhere where an officer will be told, when you reach there, do this, do this, do the other. So what we have are general policy guidelines. For example, the use of labor force is reserved when to apply when the life of the officer is at risk.
So was any officer's life in danger? Allow me, Professor Kindiki, was any police officer in danger when David Shege and Enoch Chalo, Erickson Chalo Mutisia only had a flag and they were dancing outside Parliament? What threat did they pose to security officers at Parliament?
That is a matter under investigations. If the circumstances you're reading out there is what happened, the officers will be accountable. It's as simple as that.
And how long will that take?
As soon as IPOA completes the investigations and forwards the files to the DPP. Criminal investigations are complex. They involve scientific assembling of evidence. It is not enough to rush suspects to court only for cases to collapse. And it is not uniquely a Kenyan issue. Criminal investigations, especially in a complex endeavor like the situation we're referring them to, take a bit of time, and therefore I'm hopeful that...
Why were the police in mask? How complex was that? That we
again,
could see who was ensuring security is not breached?
You know, you're just telling me what you think or saw,
but it was
which is part of evidence.
It was on live TV. There are photos of police officers who are masked.
I
can't identify them.
I'm not disputing.
But
just telling
as the
you
CS Interior,
that is part of the evidence that is required to hold into account any person who may have been involved in that unfortunate incident you're explaining.
Your Excellency, if you were to move this forward and probably look at why the public is on you. This is what you said on the 12th anniversary of the Supreme Court about a month ago. And you were talking about crucial jurisprudence. You said, I have had to ask myself whether the highest interest is the public interest or there is a higher interest called the national interest, because the public itself could hurt the national interest. Public can be mobilized or mobilize themselves against national interest. First of all, where does this national interest sit in the Constitution? And number two, wasn't this an indirect proposal of a clawback on basic freedoms that are enshrined in the Constitution, Your Excellency?
As you answer this, Your Excellency, you did say that lives of protesters need to be protected as you ensure public safety. Was the public unsafe during that period? Why did we get to that point?
When I spoke at the Supreme Court reflection colloquium on public interest and national interest, some erroneously thought I was talking about government interest or even security interest. That's not the case. In fact, after that colloquium, I've had further reflection, because by the grace of God, I'm also a scholar. So I reflect on some of these things. And I have come to the conclusion that within our constitutional framework, we can categorize three forms of interest that could be expressed by members of the public, rather than three. One is popular interest. And the question I'm asking myself as a scholar and a student of constitutional law is whether what is popular is in the public interest all the time. I am not sure. I am not sure that what is popular is in the public interest. I don't believe. Sometimes, yes, maybe not all the times. But at the Supreme Court colloquium, I also asked, is there a hierarchy of norms in our Constitution such that we have public interest and national interest? And for clarity and avoidance of doubt, national interest is not government interest, and it's not the interest of, it's not security. What I had in mind is, you're aware, our Constitution allows the people of Kenya to express themselves in exercise of their sovereignty in two ways. One, through elections. Two, through referenda. And then I asked myself, in fact, it was tailored to the judiciary, and I wanted to ask myself, if the people of Kenya, for example, agree and express themselves in exercise of their sovereignty to change the constitution in a referendum and vote to remove the judicial arm of government, and they decide we don't need the judiciary. People are sovereign. In a referendum, they can actually remove the judiciary. And then I asked myself, since this is an outcome of a referendum, this is in the public interest. But is it in the national interest that really you can have a modern country, a democratic country without a judicial arm of government?
But these are two different scenarios, DP, because this was about taxes that Kenyans felt were unfair, and their leaders
At the
were
Supreme
not
Court,
listening to
I
them.
was not talking about the protest at all. You can look at my statements. I was not talking about protest.
So what do you...
We were reflecting on what the Supreme Court has helped us to understand about our Constitution, and I was inviting the Supreme Court judges to start thinking whether, even as we express our sovereignty, we have what we call bedrock things that we cannot touch. I'll give you another example. If the people of Kenya meet and in a referendum, they overwhelmingly vote, so it is popular, it is in public interest, and they vote to change Article 4.2 of the Constitution that says that Kenya is a democratic multi-party state and creates a monarchy or another form of government that is not democracy. It is in the public interest. It is popular. It's in the popular interest. But is it in the national interest? My answer is that it is not. So within the Constitution, there are things you can change and still not change the DNA of our Constitution. There are others, once you touch them, the DNA of Kenya as we know it changes forever. That's what I was discussing.
It's very interesting that you mentioned that, Your Excellency, because during your vetting, following your reappointment as Interior Cabinet Secretary, you are on record saying that you will specify designated protest areas, potentially undermining the right to peaceful assembly outlined in Article 37 of the Constitution. How would you justify limiting spaces where Kenyans can express their grievances at a time when the government is facing mounting criticism, and why?
That is the practice in all democracies. Show me one democracy where people are free to express themselves anywhere, anyhow, anytime, notwithstanding the rights of other people, including traffic, the right for traffic to flow, and so forth. I have been, before I became minister, I was an academic. And for about 12 years, I traveled to about 100 countries around the world. So I'm very familiar with many democracies. Many of them, including the Hague, where I spent almost 7 years in the International Criminal Court trials, they designate places where you go and express yourself. Every institution actually is mandated. If it's Parliament, they designate a place, and then the police gives some routine. They say between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., a certain group will protest. And they tell the police will be about 500 and so forth, and then you protest there, you hand your petition, someone comes and receives petitions, then you vacate. Maybe in the evening another group will come. That's what we might start thinking about. But as long as we think that expression of rights means you venture and frustrate everybody else who is not part of your protest, then we are courting anarchy, and that's not part of democracy.
Peaceful protest, because even if we go to Chacha, even when you saw the protests regarding the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, they were just roughed off by police. One even wonders, because we even have had leaders who have expressed a fear and concern that actually it's not even Kenyan police. So who are these that appear when Kenyans exercise the democratic freedom of picketing?
The example you have given was regrettable, and government has already addressed itself to that issue. The Principal Secretary for State Department for Internal Security did
Don't you think the precedences are too many?
Not really, I don't think so. And I think with the apology that the State Department gave, I think Kenyans should give government the benefit of doubt. Mm-hmm. Because if the intention was to keep on doing this thing, then an apology was unnecessary. If you know you're going to do it again, you just keep quiet and do it the following day.
Did you realize this only when you became the interior boss? And despite having served in various capacities in the leadership of the Senate, you didn't think of introducing that bill then?
In 2015, I introduced the Homeland Security Bill, which, as leader of majority in the Senate, which was taken up and became part of it is what became the miscellaneous security laws of 2014. I know some parts of that law were struck out, but 85% of those laws are what has made Kenya.
Specifically on limiting the protesters.
The security laws did not cover the issue of protest. But it covered a wide range of issues that we needed to deal with to make sure that our country is safe. But on the other hand, legislation is work in progress. It doesn't end with one piece of legislation. It happens every day. Democracies which have been in place for 300 years are still making law, even security-related laws. So I did my bit in certain aspects, as in the example I've given you, but it is not true that when somebody serves as a member of parliament or Senate, everything that needs to be legislated will be done during that time.
DP, as we wrap this topic up, there's one question that many Kenyans would like to know. In a Citizen TV interview after the protests, you said that infiltrators were linked to elements within government and opposition. And you said we have evidence leading to political operatives from across the political divide. We will prosecute. How far are we with that? How many of those planners or operatives?
Last time I checked, I've been following up after that. And you know, that's not too long ago. That was July. After that, as you're aware, the cabinet was dissolved. The entire cabinet for that period around August, there was no cabinet. July, August, and then September, the vetting. So by the time I went back to the ministry, it was sometimes, I think, it was October, I can't remember the date. And we are following up on that process. As much as I know, a number of people have already recorded statements, and as far as I know, a file was forwarded by the DCI to the DPP, but it was returned to seal certain gaps that have been discovered by the DPP, and therefore that is work in progress. As I said, criminal investigations take long, but I'm sure there will be accountability for everyone who may have either incited violence or taken advantage of the peaceful protest to infiltrate that democratic process.
But you said you have evidence. Why should it take long? Or is it only a preserve of the political class?
That evidence, I have just told you that it was presented to the DPP, and the DPP said it was not enough to convict. You can have evidence which is not enough to convict. I could believe, that the evidence is enough, but the DPP, who has the final say in qualitative and quantitative evidence, is the one who has the police to do more work if we have to sustain prosecution.
So the police didn't do a very good job, that's what you're saying, in the investigation?
This is routine, it happens every day, not just in Kenya, all over the world. Police do their work, and that's why there's that two-tier mechanism. So the DPP looks at it and said, no, we need to fill this using the elements of crime. You need the evidence of this. So we cannot say the police didn't do a good job. It happens every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd like to move to the next topic, which is your ascension to power as the Deputy President and the politics around it. And this session will be led by Ashrim Mazuri.
All right, Your Excellency, did you play a role in Rigathi Gachagwa's ouster?
No.
Then are you proud of the process, the impeachment process that many said were flawed that led to your ascension to power as the Deputy President?
The process you are referring to, I think, involved three arms of government: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. To that extent, to the extent that constitutional institutions were involved and are still involved, I see no problem with that process. And if there is a problem, there is a way of remedying that problem.
What about the right to fair hearing that he did not get?
That is the matter before court, unless you want me to discuss the merits of the matter before court.
So then what's your relationship between you and the ousted, impeached Deputy President?
As it was before.
Are you friends or not?
We are good people, we're good friends. I have no reason to complain in the past, present, and even in the future.
Was there a handover, an official handover?
Was there an official handover?
There wasn't an official handover because the former Deputy President is in court. You wouldn't expect him to hand over if he's in court.
Your Excellency, which IEBC cleared you? Did you take your papers there? How were you cleared by the IEBC?
There's no requirement to clear Deputy President who ascends to office by virtue of Article 145 read together with 150. What requires the clearance of IBC is the President and the Deputy President in an election.
The President's memo to Parliament, Your Excellency, indicated that the nomination was cleared by IEBC.
There was no election. I assumed office through a process different from a process following an election.
Is that an indictment of the judiciary, Your Excellency? Because the former Deputy President, through a court process, is actually outside. We have the governor of Meru, who is in office, even through a similar process. What kind of jurisprudence is that creates two forms of justice in your own understanding? And this is from a point of view as a law professor.
First, the two cases you have cited were beneficiaries of court injunctions. The only difference is in one, after the inter partes hearing of the matter around whether or not the injunction should be preserved. In one case, the court found that the injunction needed to be lifted. In the second case, which also there has been an injunction, the court found yesterday that there is no need to lift the injunction. That's the only difference. And it happens in courts all the time, not just in Kenya, all over the world. In fact, the finding of one court is in many cases overturned by the next court the following day. So there is no inconsistency whatsoever. That is judicial practice. A judge, even one bench of 3 judges, one judge will say this, 2 other judges will say different things, on the same subject matter, same articles, same evidence, same parties. That's how, that's the independence of the judiciary is not just institutional. It is individual, it's decisional. Every judge carries decisional independence.
Your predecessor, Your Excellency, says the reason you ascended to this position is because you are a yes man. You cannot mount any challenge whatsoever to the president. I'm putting this question to you tonight. Are you your own man? Are you a yes man?
I am my own man. On the second issue, I would like to respond as follows. My understanding of the role of the Deputy President is not to challenge the president. It is not in the Constitution. It is not in any law. It is not in any practice. That is not the job description of the deputy president. As to whether the deputy president can advise the president, the answer is yes. The oath of office I took has a clause that asks me to faithfully advise the president when my advice is sought.
So then where does your allegiance lie? To the people or your appointing authority?
My allegiance lies on the oath of office I took. You look at the oath of office, it will tell you where my allegiance is.
And are you proud
of the people of Kenya, to the nation and the national interest? And when my counsel is sought by the president, I must give it faithfully. And faithfully doesn't mean that I do it on the podium. But it means I have to be faithful. And faithfully means it could be different from what the president thinks.
DP, are you proud of the manner in which you became deputy president? In 2022, you were a front runner to be running mate to Dr. William Ruto, but you did not get that position. And you actually said you were going to take a break from politics. Are you now proud that 2 years down the line, you are the one who has taken that position after the impeachment on the person who was picked over you?
I have no regrets for my occupying this space because I have no reason to regret. It is true I was a front runner to be deputy president in 2022 through a process that was conducted by my party. I was not successful. My brother, Rigathi Gachagua, was successful. I congratulated him, and I said two things. One, that I will support the campaign, the presidential campaign, until 8th or 9th of August 2022. And after that, I will take a break from elective and appointive positions.
But you still took the CS
Just a moment.
position.
Just a moment. After I made those two very important decisions, which I made after soul searching and consulting everyone who needed to be consulted, my party and its leadership met and persuaded me as a member of the party, because I didn't say I'll leave the party. I said I'll campaign for President Ruto and his deputy, but after that, I'll not be running for any office. I'll take a break for 10 years. And therefore, the party met and persuaded me to change my mind and accept an appointive position as Minister for Interior, which I accepted. That's all.
Are you the kingpin of the Mount Kenya region?
Which office is that?
Of course, you endorsed.
You were endorsed by a section of members from majorly the East, where you hail from. You never dismissed that.
Which office is that?
Your Excellency, other than the kingpin issue, there are a majority of members of parliament who met in Nanyuki from the Mount Kenya region, that is before you ascended to the office of deputy president, and endorsed yourself as their link in government. You have ascended to that office now. Are you now, have you ceased being their link?
Maybe you should ask them. Because I think the members of parliament, because I didn't say it, they said it. So maybe they can say it again if they wish, but to the best of my recollection, those members of parliament had expressed frustrations in getting their constituency development agenda through to government because of the breakdown of relationship they had with the former occupier of this office. And therefore, they asked me whether I could convey their needs to the president. And because I was a member of the cabinet, I saw no problem with that. But Whether or not they will continue asking me to convey their messages, it's up to them to decide.
You come from that region. Sir, you come from that region, the Mount Kenya region. Tharaka Nithi, where you come from, is nestled in Mount Kenya region. I want to know, because Kenya Kwanza had promises it made towards the people of that region. So who will be pushing for the implementation of these promises?
That region, like other regions in Kenya, has very many elected leaders. The office I occupy now as Deputy President is an office of the Republic. Unlike other leaders, for example, who have a subnational mandate. And therefore, the way I see it is that the people from the region you're referring to, which happens to be where I was born and raised, have a right, just like the people from the coast, Western, Nyanza, Rift Valley, Northeastern. They have a right to use this office, because it's a national office, to channel their needs, interests to the government. So I see no contradiction. I see no change of position. And the only thing I don't understand is this thing about the kingpin or something. I don't understand it because there is no office like that.
And are you still hopeful, and do you think there is the possibility of you becoming William Ruto's running mate come 2027?
How would I know?
Your Excellency, then you've talked about development and, you know, those members of parliament using this office to lobby for development. Shouldn't then the development be a democratic right so that then there is no need to lobby and to push for it?
That's not true. The reason you have subnational representation of political leaders, members of the National Assembly, members of the Senate, their mandate is subnational. A member of the National Assembly represents the interests, priorities of the constituency where they are elected. Of course, in the context of a broader national perspective, because some of the things that they want them passed are not projects and programs, they are legislative in nature, and you require the parliament as a whole to support you. For example, recently we had a Sugar Act sponsored by a member of parliament from Western Kenya, where sugar is mostly grown. But it required the votes of the member for the members from Northeastern Coast, where there's no sugar, and Central, to pass it. So the point is this: it is not true to say that a member of parliament does not need to articulate the interest of their people, because they are elected purposely for that. They are elected to articulate those interests and convey them either to the executive, to the legislature, and make sure that those interests at that local level are realized.
During your inauguration, when you took oath of office, your boss, the president, Dr. Ruto, said he felt he was a lone voice in the executive. From your interaction, 50 days in, is he still a lone voice? And perhaps you interact with him, he's your boss.
I really don't know.
Do you think you're fulfilling
how he's
that?
Feeling?
Yeah.
Because again, that's not in my place. I wouldn't know how he's feeling at the moment. All I can say is that I'm doing my best to do my constitutional duty. That constitutional duty is being principal assistant to the president, and also helping him in the delegated assignments that he has given me, and I'm doing my best. How he's feeling now, I cannot be, it's not in my place to tell you how happy he is. Or
do you think he's confident of what you're doing? Is he happy with your work?
So. I have no reason to doubt that he's confident.
You've been deputy president for only 50 days now. What would you say is the qualitative difference between you and the former deputy president, given that the operating environment hasn't changed?
It would be very improper for me to start comparing myself with my brother, the second deputy president.
The president has spoken very highly of your leadership and your contributions, as my colleague George Maringa here says. If the president feels that he has accomplished his key goals and decides not to run for re-election, would you consider running yourself? Do you believe that you have what it takes to run the country?
That question is an unfair question. Am I allowed to complain?
Why is that?
It is an unfair question. Because I have just been entrusted with a very serious and grave national responsibility. What is weighing in my mind now, and what is really, really occupying me, is the desire to discharge those obligations, because the expectations of the people of Kenya, the expectations of the president are so high. If I started occupying myself with ideas of what will happen, I don't know when, I'll be the most unsuitable person to be seated before you today.
Your Excellency, I want to rephrase Michelle's question regarding you and the former deputy president. Let's not even go with the qualitative differences. But clearly there are lessons you must have learned from Gachagwa's tenure in office. What lessons are those?
You know, my friend, you know, in leadership, leadership is defined by certain ethos and parameters. And I want to persuade you to allow me not to discuss my brother, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, because he's my friend. And you've not heard me bad-mouthing him anywhere before, when he was in this office, or even after he left office. So please spare me, because it is not right. It is wrong to start comparing myself with the predecessor or someone who occupied this office now, or in the past, or a person who would occupy it in the future. Are you being cautious, Your Excellency? The region you come from is very restive, and it's quite a significant, it has quite a significant position in terms of votes. Are you being cautious now when I ask you the question of lessons you've learned? Are you being cautious not to antagonize the former deputy president? I have no reason to antagonize anybody. For what?
Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, perhaps just to buttress on what John Kithure said, when it comes to lessons learned, many have said that the seat that you occupy now, the deputy presidency, has some sort of curse. They've called it the curse of the deputy presidency. And every individual who's held this seat has had some sort of, you know, falling into political oblivion. Do you believe that you have the magic wand to change this so-called curse of the deputy?
I don't believe any seat is cursed. Let's start from there. Secondly, I don't think it is a priority to start thinking whether I'll survive in this seat or not. As I have said, what is weighing in my mind, the same way when I became Interior Minister, and the North Rift was in that shape, Lamu, Boni was in that shape, and Northern Kenya was that shape. I told myself, including the passport crisis, I said, if I will last here for 1 year, I want to try my best and have these challenges under control. So for me, I cannot start now entertaining myself on what will happen to me, whether I'll succeed here or there. That's not for me to determine. It's beyond me. What is within my reach, what is within my control, is the focus to deliver on the job. As to whether I survive or what happens, that is not within my reach, and I cannot control what I cannot control.
VP, we need to move forward to the next topic, but I would like to end this with this question. The mountain which you seem to be avoiding is hostile ground right now, and not just the mountain. The government is struggling with its popularity as the president's principal assistant. How are you working to change that perception of Kenyans? And more so those who are...
Did you say that the mountain is restive?
Yes. The reception in Embu, for example, in Nyandarua the other day, residents refused to listen to the president's speech. In Nakuru County, at a burial, again, they did not want to listen to the president.
That is democracy. That's how democracy works.
Is that hostile ground to the government that you serve as deputy president now?
You see, there is a difference between running governments and being popular. Those are two different things. And for me, a leader should be least worried about popularity. The worry of a leader should be their pace and focus in transforming the lives of the people.
And do you think the lives of the people have been transformed?
A good leader is not necessarily one who is popular all the time. However, a good leader knows when to be popular.
Don't you think that popularity has gone down because Kenyans' lives
I really don't think so, because at the moment, President Ruto and his administration now in the midterm is not in their priority to look for popularity. There is no election taking place. The task of the government now at midterm is to track the pace of delivery, where there are gaps, fill those gaps, and just deliver on the commitments. The time will come when there will be popularity contests. And let me tell you, for avoidance of doubts, that is not President Ruto's worry. I also don't think that should be the worry of this administration. If we start worrying about popularity now, we'll lose it, time will elapse. We could even win the election next time, but we will not have delivered as we ought to deliver.
Your Excellency, and that transformation that you're talking about, Ashley, allow me, is what brings us into the next topic, which is about the economy. And Joel Chacha is going to lead that session.
Well, the government of the day boasts of a 2.8% inflation rate, which is a 17-year low. But the question here is on the shrinking disposable income. That is through what many may consider overtaxation. And the purchasing power, hence, is low. How are you working to ensure that there is money in the pockets of Kenyans?
Thank you. When President Ruto took over leadership of this country in 2022, the 5 or 6 macroeconomic indicators were not looking good. And I need to clarify now that I have this opportunity. Many people think when we project that time frame so that to show the distance we have covered, we are casting aspersions at the previous administration. That is not true. Kenya got to where it was in 2022 because of factors mainly beyond the control of President Uhuru Kenyatta, because the country's economy was shut down for nearly 2 years by COVID-19. No economic activity. And then, of course, the war in Ukraine, and which affected the global supply chain of wheat and other oil and foodstuffs, and many other factors. So when we refer to 2022, it is not political. It's just a fact. And in any case, that's the only way we can explain what we have done. Now, straight to your issue. The macroeconomic indicators were bad. The dollar was rising on a daily basis, 160. At one point, it approached 170. The price of fuel, the same. At one point, it approached 217 per liter for petrol, super. Then inflation was 9.6%. And then if you take the 6 basic food items, starting with unga, the main ones, again, the prices were much higher than they are today. Today, essential commodities 2 years later are down significantly. Just to give unga as an example, from 240, 250, 230, depending on the brand, to now something between 95 and 120, depending on the brand. maybe 120 something. Number two, the foreign exchange stability has been realized for more than a year now, from the high of 160 plus to now 127, 129 for some time. The same applies to the price of fuel, which is decreasing every day, every month, including last month when it went down by 4 shillings. Inflation again from 9.6 to 2.8%, the lowest in 17 months. Now, in 17 years. Now, that has not happened by magic or by chance. It has happened because of policy interventions, subsidizing production as opposed to consumption, this fertilizer subsidy, and so many other interventions in various sectors that has managed the macroeconomic situation. It has taken 2 years. But flashback to 2002 when President Kibaki took over, when we had similar situations at the exit of President Moi. It took President Kibaki 6 years to bring back macroeconomic stability. President Ruto has taken 2 years, by the grace of God. So the 2 years look a bit long, but in the context of what has happened in the past, I think this is a bit of a very good trial. What remains now is what you're asking me. The macroeconomic stability, for it to be felt by citizens, must be followed by microeconomic stability, which is improving household incomes, creating jobs, and so many other things that we are doing in the space of SMEs, in the space of the various sectors, including manufacturing and tourism. So, to answer your question, the macroeconomic transformation and the microeconomic transformation cannot be taken simultaneously. One must precede the other. Going forward, therefore, the remaining 3 years is the interventions. We're going to have interventions that will respond to the issues you say. Already those interventions have been operationalized. They are on course, creating jobs through the 3 major prongs, creating jobs at home, creating jobs online, creating jobs even overseas, and then also other interventions that will enable disposable incomes in the pockets of individual citizens.
But how would that really be achieved when the whole problem begins with our budgeting? For instance, despite the challenges faced in the fiscal year 2024-2025, your projections in the next fiscal year for 2025-2026, you're looking at having a budget of 4.25 trillion Kenya shillings, with the revenue, ordinary revenue, actually crossing the 3 trillion mark. That basically will translate either to more debt, because already we will record a 759 billion fiscal deficit. But at the same time, we are forced to actually impose now the taxation on Kenyans, because last year we only got 2.1 trillion in terms of ordinary revenue. So why this shift over ambition on ordinary revenue collections?
Again, in 2022, the fiscal deficit was more than 8.2% or thereabout. And that means the gap between revenue and expenditure. It was at 8.2%. This administration in 2 successive budgets has reduced it. Currently is at 4.3.
On paper, because of revenue shortfalls. That shifts towards the end of the fiscal year.
Yes.
And you are forced to bring a supplementary budget.
We are forced, but in all fairness, where the fiscal deficit is now is not where it was in 2022. And in fact, I am confident the Treasury will bring it further down this year. But more fundamentally, it is not in our priority of things to generate more revenue through perhaps more taxation, to answer you directly. What we are doing is that we are reviewing tax policy, because that's where you can still get more revenue, not by imposing new taxes or higher taxes, but by adjusting certain tax policy instruments that gives you more revenue. You heard the Minister for Finance and the National Treasury the other day explaining how the Treasury is entertaining a possibility. Of course, it has to go through public participation of even relooking at VAT, what the VAT should be like, maybe try to bring it down, and other taxes as one of the 5 pillars this administration is putting in place to ensure that tax is a bit more accommodating, more people are bearing the burden of tax without necessarily compromising revenue. Number 2, Kenya's debt right now is in a better place than it was in 2022.
11.3 trillion is better?
It is better in the sense that, you know, debt is calculated in 2 ways. First, as an absolute figure, which is what you're citing, but also as a percentage to GDP. And in other words, many countries...
At what percentage is it? Already at distress, 68%.
You call it distress, it's not. If it was, the IMF would have said so. And I'm sure the IMF has not said so.
Yeah, Your Excellency.
They are just wonders that we need to make sure that it doesn't enter into the red zone.
But 55% plus or minus 5 is what is allowed by our law.
The point is, it's not even about percentage also alone. Many countries, including developed countries, are highly indebted. The US, for example, the US debt is about almost 120% of GDP. Japan is 250% of GDP. 248, 250. So and many other countries. Singapore's debt also is in the hundreds. However, what we need to do, let's agree that what remains ahead is that our revenue generation measures must not lead to higher taxes. It's not a must. Number 2 is that the area of debt, we need to be careful so that Kenya does not enter into the unsustainability zone, and we are managing that.
DP, naomba kidogo, wakati ambapo tunazungumzia masuala ya uchumi, kuna wengi ambao wanahisi kwamba mnasema maneno mengi, maneno makubwa makubwa, lakini la msingi ni kwamba biashara nyingi ziko katika mazingira magumu. Wengi wamefunga biashara zao, wengi wamelalamika kwamba hawawezi kuendeleza biashara zao kutokana na zile sheria ambazo zilizoko na zile sera ambazo zinatolewa na serikali. Labda unaweza kuwaeleza wale wanaokutazama leo hii ambao wameshindwa kuendelea na biashara zao, ni mikakati gani kama serikali mnaweka ili kuhakikisha kwamba hizi biashara zinaweza kuinuka na wanaweza kupata pesa mfukoni?
Asante sana. Ni kweli biashara nyingi zinapitia changamoto nyingi, na ni kweli wananchi wakiwemo wanabiashara wamelalamika na pia wametoa mapendekezo ya sheria ama sera ambazo wangetaka tuziangalie upya. Najua ya kwamba hivi sasa Wizara ya Uwekezaji na masuala ya industry ama viwanda inaongea na KEPSA. KEPSA ni ile Private Sector Alliance ama kikundi cha wanabiashara katika sekta ya binafsi. Wanajadiliana kuhusu mambo mawili, na jana wamekuja hapa kunipatia mahali wamefika katika majadiliano. Ni leseni gani ambazo tunapaswa kuziangalia upya, na vile masuala ya ile levies ambazo zinatolewa na mashirika mbalimbali. Kwa hivyo swala hili la ugumu wa wanabiashara wetu ni swala ambalo tunaliangazia, tunajadiliana na wale ambao ni washikadau, na serikali iko tayari kutoa mwelekeo ama sera mpya za kuzingatia uboreshaji wa biashara. Ile jambo ambalo nimesema,
manake watu wanakwenda Krismasi, hawana hela mfukoni, watakula nini sikukuu?
Unajua hayo majadiliano sio ya Krismasi, ni ya kurekebisha.
Januari kutakuwa na hela za karo zinazohitajika.
Pia hiyo mjadala sio wa maneno ya karo, ni wa kurekebisha idara zetu na ili biashara zetu zipanuke. Nataka niwahakikishie kwamba nimesema jana, waziri wa viwanda na uwekezaji pamoja na wakilishi wa shirika hilo ambalo ni la wanabiashara wameniambia wako katika mjadala, na Januari nimeambia hao waniletee ile ripoti yao ili tuipitishe ama tuijadilie katika baraza la mawaziri. Kwa hivyo mwakani tutakuwa na mfumo mpya, sera mpya, sheria mpya za kuboresha biashara.
Lakini pia kuna wale ambao wanasema, nikimalizia, kuna wale ambao wanahisi kwamba hizi biashara kuna mazingira magumu, kwa sababu wale ambao wanapata mshahara, kwa mfano, zile pesa ambazo wao hutumia kwenda kwa hoteli, kwa mfano, kwenda kununua chakula, zimepungua kutokana na yale makato ya mishahara. Kwa hivyo wengi wanashikilia zile hela kidogo walizobakishwa nazo, ndio maana hizi biashara hazisongi mbele. Unasemaje kuhusiana na hili?
Unajua, nimesema ya kwamba Wizara ya Hazina ya Kitaifa imesema ya kwamba iko na mambo manne ambayo inataka kushughulikia ili kujaribu kusawazisha maneno ya kiuchumi na kuhakikisha wananchi wamepata nafuu ya kiuchumi katika household, yani katika individual level, kwa sababu tumekuwa tukikabiliana na mambo ya kijumla. Sasa tunakabiliana na mambo ya kibinafsi, na kati ya hayo majadiliano kutakuwa na sera mpya za mambo ya ushuru na mambo ya kibiashara. Lakini la muhimu zaidi ni kwamba katika hayo majadiliano ni lazima tujue ya kwamba ile ushuru ambao unakatwa, kwa mfano katika mambo ya bima ya afya, unaweza kuwa unapunguza kidogo mshahara wako kama mtu ambaye ameajiriwa kazi, lakini ile bima ambayo ni ya kila mwananchi itapunguza zile harambee za kimatibabu. Kwa hivyo wewe labda pesa yako imepungua kidogo, lakini hizi harambee 5 ama 10 ulikuwa unaitwa kwa sababu uko na mtu kwa familia yako na shida ya figo, shida ya moyo, hizo harambee zikipungua, there is a net off. Kuna vile hiyo mkato imekunufaisha hata kwa njia zaidi kuliko vile ilikuwa, because
swala la naibu rais, lakini unapozungumzia masuala yote, licha ufanisi huu wote, we've seen the President Dr. Ruto say we are proud that our sister country of Tanzania is now leading in our business engagements. The success of Tanzania is the success of East Africa. Businesses have been, closing shop and going to neighboring countries. So you're speaking of this, and KEPSA has talked about it, that the government seems not to be listening to those who run businesses, that they're escaping to other countries.
I've just told you we are having a conversation with KEPSA. Why don't you call them after this interview?
We did speak a few weeks ago with
Should have told you that they're engaging.
And he did say that, whereas that engagement is happening, it is not...
2 areas. One is the regulatory. They say there is multiple regulation, or what they are calling over-regulation. The second issue on the table is on taxation. We are a bit careful because the issue of taxation, we would rather have it in the broader tax policy and other fiscal issues that are being discussed and spearheaded by the National Treasury than just to take just that business community and handle their taxation issues without the context of looking at tax as a general issue.
I really need to ask a question on the tax regime, because today there's been an announcement that there's a task force that has been formed to get to the bottom of why businesses are closing down in the Republic of Kenya and relocating to other countries. You Your Excellency, doesn't that sound absurd? Why do you need a task force to establish why businesses are closing when all you can blame is the taxation regime?
You need to, because this is something that has happened for the last 20 years. It has not happened this year. Just look at which organizations have left Kenya when? The last 25 years. And that's why the contribution of our manufacturing sector to GDP has dropped from as high as 12% many years ago to 7.5%
on the pending bills.
So it's an accumulated problem, and I think there are no quick fixes. The best way to do it is to just analyze all the factors and bring recommendations that will last us another 40, 30 years.
The financial inadequacies being experienced in the country perhaps are as a result of the pending bills. More than 650 billion for the national government, 150 billion for county governments. But you're not budgeting for it. Do you promise Kenyans that as soon as the pending bills verification committee concludes its work, you're going to settle the pending bills?
We will implement the recommendations of the pending bills verification committee.
Thank you.
DP, tumebakisha dakika kidogo kabla ya kufunga, lakini hii leo kumekuwa na mabadiliko katika baraza la mawaziri, na kuna wengi ambao wanahisi kwamba the appointments that have been made seem like a harvest just 10 days after President William Ruto met retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, and all those appointed to the cabinet and board chairs seem to be from Mount Kenya. What is this about?
You know, the cabinet, appointments, dismissal, reassignments, if you look at Article 32, is the prerogative of one person, the president. So I'm sure the changes that the president has made have been made in exercise of that prerogative and to advance our country's national life in the weeks and months to come. I cannot directly associate themselves with the political developments, but also I have no reason to disassociate themselves from any political development, because the president has made it clear that for the country to pull and rally itself to do the heavy lifting, there is need for a broader political consensus. It started with the inclusion of the partnership with some of the ministers who were appointed, who were allies of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. The ministers and parastatal chairs who have been elected, who have been appointed today, many of them worked under President Uhuru Kenyatta. That is in the spirit of broadening political consensus so that we can focus not on political competition and the quest for political survival, but on pulling the heavy agenda that we need to pull to transform Kenya and carry everybody.
But there are those who
many Kenyans feel duped or betrayed by the Kenya Kwanza administration, because during the 2022 election campaign, the hustler narrative was the cornerstone of the Kenya Kwanza administration, a break away from traditional political dynasties to more ordinary Kenyans, right? But the appointments being made recently by President William Ruto are people or individuals from established political families. It looks like the Kenya Kwanza government is running away from the hustler narrative back to the dynasties to save the day. Why is that?
As any of the ministers and parastatal chairs who have been appointed today coming from established political families?
Yeah, they do come largely from the Mount Kenya region, especially.
Sorry again? Sorry again?
They do come, many from the Mount Kenya region. Many who've been in government before, and you remember the call, especially during the Gen Z protests, was to drain the swamp, to have something new in the Kenya Kwanza administration.
I don't know what you call something new, because even the ones who have come are new. They were not there, they are new.
Allow me to rephrase her question, because this is what Kenyans feel, that the political class has regrouped and forgotten about what Kenyans want. What would you tell them tonight?
I don't think so, first and foremost, as I said, this is not time for politics. Let's start from there. That time is coming. And we will all do politics and do it so well. Right now, it's time to do the very, very delicate and important work of pushing the country's development agenda. So the issue of, I don't know, who has betrayed who has regrouped with who, for me, the timing is wrong. Okay. And for Kenyans who are expressing their democratic views about some of these developments, they have their time when it is election time to express themselves on what they think about those in leadership.
Your Excellency, to matters now development projects, and we've seen the issue that Kenyans are actually expressing is that this government is forcefully imposing government projects, programs. For instance, vaccination of animals, SHA, that is the Social Health Authority, affordable housing, and I'll begin by that before we get to the specific programs. What do you make of, or what do you think about this? Because Kenyans say it is too soon. It is being buttressed on them. You're forcing it down their throats.
That is not true. Maybe it's a misunderstanding, because has anybody been arrested for not doing anything? What the government is doing is it is doing its obligations to the public. The government's obligation to the public is to work for the national interest. The national interest in this matter includes, for example, universal health coverage, making sure as many Kenyans as possible have medical cover, because many homes have been rendered poor. Even people who had something, they have sold everything to pay for medical bills, especially when it is chronic and critical illnesses. Okay. Many poor people live by chance. They take herbs, they go for, some look for witch doctors, they cannot access medical care. So we are saying, what government is saying is that it is in our interest as a country that every Kenya has an insurance, a medical insurance. It is not taking people to court for not having a medical insurance. Those are two different things. Okay, fine. The same with vaccination. What the government is saying about vaccination is that we have certain targets as a country to grow the livestock and that value chain around livestock and livestock products. For us to reach those targets, we need to access the European market, the Middle East market, and even the regional market under the African Free Trade Area, and then also under economic EPAS, the partnership between Kenya and the European Union, which we signed last year. In many of these markets, our products are being denied access, and one of the requirements is sanitary and phytosanitary standards. That is to say, health-related standards. One of the requirements for us, for example, to meet our export demand is that your herd must be vaccinated. And what we are rolling out is a vaccination program which has always been there for 40 years, but because there has been no campaign, high-level government campaign, we've been vaccinating about 10% of livestock. So many of our livestock are rejected when we take them out either as live animals or beef because of the vaccination question. And so it is purely a disease control issue. The vaccine is developed by Kevevapi in Kabete, by Kenyan scientists. It has always been used. It is only that we are doing a campaign to make sure, other than vaccinating only 10% of livestock, we can have 80, 90, 100% vaccination for purposes of getting market access, exporting livestock and livestock products even to other countries.
DP, it's good that you, before you go to affordable housing, Ashley, because we're still on the vaccination issue, you may be explaining a very good thing for the country, but are you aware that citizens are agitated by the language of their leaders? Is there a more decent way to explain your programs and not seem like you're forcing it down their throats. And I'll give examples. Adani cancellation, the president said it is people who have never been to the airports that are complaining. When it comes to the vaccination, majority leader yesterday, I think, said ni watu hawana ng'ombe, hawana kuku. How do you think that makes citizens feel when they are trying to express themselves, yet they are met with arrogance?
And to add on to that, the Kenya Veterinary Association perhaps has, among the recommendations they've given, they've said improve public awareness, enhance stakeholder engagement. When will Kenyans feel they are participatory in this government, in these projects that affect them?
First of all, we agree that we need to create awareness and also just carry citizens along in our government programs. And also, generally, as government, we need to continue communicating to the people in a manner that is consistent with our obligations under the Constitution. But having said that, I am sure again, because we were here an hour or so ago, I'm sure you are not inviting me to comment on statements by the president or another leader, because let's discuss the issues. Let's not discuss, those kind of issues, because in the process, the message will be lost. And the message is these programs are for the interest of the nation. There is nothing sinister about it. As to if we need to improve our communication and engagement strategy, I agree with you. It is work in progress. We need to keep on improving.
There's many questions, Mr. GP, whether these questions are really for the interest of the people. We, as the media, have reported every day, Kenyans are deeply frustrated with the Social Health Authority. Many, in fact, say NHIF was working. When you come to issues like affordable housing, we were told there was public participation, despite public discontent. When it comes to livestock vaccination, the same thing. Is the government hiding behind the facade of public participation to pass unpopular programs, knowing very well that there's no legal binding framework on public participation? And so the government really isn't bound by Kenyans who say we don't want SHA.
We'll go back to what we said earlier. The government must continue listening to the people and getting input from the people. But the government also has a duty to carry out programs for the transformation of the country. Some of the programs that will transform Kenya may not be popular now, but they'll be popular sometime. Singapore, for example, which many people praise, one of the factors and anchors that took Singapore where it was, among other anchors, is the housing anchor. And today, if you look at the Human Development Index, Singapore is up there. And one of the variables is housing, because almost 99% of everybody has a decent home. So, and it was unpopular at the time when the Singaporean leader was bringing this program. It was very unpopular. In fact, it had a component of compulsory savings. But today, many years later, after this leader left the scene, the people of Singapore are very happy that this project propelled their country into the first world. So I will end with what I started with, that what is popular may not even be in the public interest. And sometimes what is in the public interest may not be in the national interest. And the work of government is not to look for popularity. Popularity is a function of elections, which we do every 5 years. And every politician has a way of transacting with electorate to look for popularity during election. In between here, it is to engage the people, listen to the people, which we are doing. In many instances, we may not be perfect because government is a human endeavor. Like any other, we are not 100%, but we are continuing to listen. And as the president said during the State of the Nation address, listening is a full-time occupation of every leader.
Thank you very much.
And therefore, these programs may have the kind of, the consensus is not yet there, but they will transform Kenya. And many years later, when many of us who are in this space are not even here, Kenyans will come in succeeding generations will be grateful for the housing program, the universal health program, the agricultural reform program, and all the other programs this government is rolling out for the transformation of Kenya.
Thank you very much, Deputy President, Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki, for your time. And I think Kenyans tonight will be waiting to see what will happen next in terms of how you listen, how you communicate, and how you take action after you have made promises. Asante sana. Mimi nimekuwa wako Mashiri Makapombe kutoka runinga ya Citizen.
Joel Chacha kutoka runinga ya K24.
Michelle Ngele Odhiambo, NTV.
John Jacob Kuria, KBC.
Ashley Mazuri, KTN.
George Maringa, TV47.
Usiku mwema mtazamaji.
Chacha, you finished your water. What point?
Ni hata sitaini.
This December, learn about safety precautions to take into consideration this season.
If you can remember, if you drive on a motorcycle often, to make sure that you have a helmet, it's key to decreasing the severity of the accidents.
If you are passing in a bus from Kakamega to Mombasa, in between, just stand up, stretch your legs, and even when you are seated, keep pumping your feet, keep moving your feet to avoid that long stasis of blood in the veins.
Healthier options for you to maintain a balanced lifestyle amid the holiday hustle.
Eating healthy really doesn't mean that you have to deprive yourself, but we really just have to factor on how to strike a balance. Portion control and moderation are very key. Let us enjoy the season, and at the same time, let us try to watch our health and our well-being.
Happy holidays.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child
than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwa watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
This December, learn about safety precautions to take into consideration this season.
If you can remember, if you drive on a motorcycle often, to make sure that you have a helmet, it's key to decreasing the severity of the accidents.
If you are passing in a bus from Kakamega to Mombasa, in between, just stand up, stretch your legs, and even when you are seated, keep pumping your feet, keep moving your feet to avoid that long stasis of blood in the veins.
Healthier options for you to maintain a balanced lifestyle amid the holiday hustle.
Eating healthy really doesn't mean that you have to deprive yourself, but we really just have to factor on how to strike a balance. Portion control and moderation are very key. Let us enjoy the season, and at the same time, let us try to watch our health and our well-being.
Happy holidays.
Days after Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki took office as the Deputy President and he speaks to journalists, we have been engaging with him for the past hour or so, telling us what exactly he's bringing to the table and some of the mishaps that he had as a cabinet secretary. This is the daily report. We're going to be indulging in so many things, including a reshuffle in the very same cabinet. Let's have the highlights.
tonight. President Ruto reshuffles his cabinet. Mutahi Kagwe makes a comeback as Lee Kinyanjui, Ndirito Murithi and William Kabogo make it to the cabinet. Also tonight, DP Kindiki claims there was no shoot-to-kill order on protesters while he was serving as Interior Cabinet Secretary. Plus, medics agreed to end their strike after signing an agreement that will avert the impending strike. And the country has recorded a total of 7,107 sexual and gender-based violence cases from September 2023 to date.
All right, welcome once again to this live broadcast. My name is Hibak Saeed. On sign language interpretation tonight is Kelvin Makori. The Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, has, among many other things, addressed some of the mishaps that he had as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior as he took over as the Deputy President, even after having that particular seat, having a lot of mishaps. Tonight, the Deputy President spoke about matters security, health, and the way forward for this country. Let's take a look at that.
All families were given modest ex gratia support on a request basis and on a basis of confidentiality, because what the state does in a situation like that, when there is distress in the country, citizens are facing distress, we go out of our way to look for ways of supporting. But normally that support is support which, first of all, is not budgeted for. So we have to look for ways of, within the security budget, absorbing some of those costs. And if I recall well, a number of families were supported on an ex gratia basis. The question of compensation is a little more complex and will require guidance, because no law would allow expenditure on compensation for events similar to what we had. I am aware, even in more extreme cases like terrorist-related deaths and injury, it is anticipated that victims of terrorist crimes and other violent acts would be compensated. And I think when we left the ministry, we were trying to develop regulations on the operationalization of Section 49 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act. I think that can form a basis of thinking of how else or in which other circumstances perhaps extreme cases of loss and injury could be compensated. So that's a discussion we are having, and I'm more than willing to follow up. Even in my new role, nothing prevents me from following up and ensuring that in justifiable cases which are defined by law, where injury or loss happens and the law allows, then compensation can ensue.
So this evening you're telling Kenyans that the bereaved families will have to wait longer until the law is developed. And I'm not actually asking for specific families. these are public resources for purposes of accountability. Once again, how much was spent to settle the burial expenses?
I wouldn't know, because it's not, you know, there's no vote called burial expenses. There's no vote like that. So this is ex gratia support.
On the same note, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has distanced himself from the killings and atrocities committed against protesters during the June Gen Z-led anti-finance bill demonstrations, shifting responsibility to the National Police Service. Kindiki stated that individual officers will be held responsible in the cases of the failed to operate within the bounds of the Constitution and must bear accountability for their actions. Speaking during a joint media interview, Kindiki expressed deep regret over the loss of lives and the violations witnessed during the protests. He assured the public that the cases are under active investigation.
These operations, according to Article 245.
So you have no say whatsoever when they go wrong as a professor of law?
I have a say, and I said it. And the say is this, that police officers are allowed to use force, including lethal force, in exceptional circumstances. Should any officer violate the strict parameters of those circumstances, they are accountable under the law. And we said many times, not once, not even in the context of the protests alone, but also in the context of the fight against terror and the fight against banditry and other organized crime, that any police officer who uses their firearm lawfully within the Constitution, including lethal force, has legal protection. But so any of them who exceeds the parameters of the Constitution is on their own, and the organs of accountability is not the Interior Minister. It is the agencies such as IPOA and the DPP and the rest.
So who shot at David Chege at the precincts of Parliament and Erickson Chalo Mutisia? These two young men were not armed. Would you say that use of live ammunition was reasonable?
I think the matter of the violence that occurred in Parliament and the unfortunate loss of life is a matter that which is actively being investigated by IPOA and other agencies. So it would be preemptive for me to tell you who shot the two Kenyans who unfortunately, according to the records, lost their lives in that context.
So how far are the investigations? You're the DP now. You may have moved on to a different role, but it's definitely senior to...
I'm aware that there are two ways of conducting investigations. One is through the Internal Affairs Unit of the police. But our policy in the last 2 years, while we were in that docket, we discouraged the Internal Affairs Unit of the police from being the ones to investigate their colleagues, because it raises issues of conflict of interest, and perhaps perceptions of bias. So we encourage the Independent Police Oversight Authority to be the one to do the investigations. The report I had when I left the ministry is that they had made some good progress. They reported to me they had some 6 files which are ready from the context of the riots and the violence around that time. But there has been a transition in the leadership of IPOA right now. A new commission has just been put in place, and the work of IPOA is led by commissioners. It's not led by the Secretariat. So the delay in the last 2-3 months could be associated to the leadership transition by IPOA.
Ashley and George, you have follow-ups. Ashley?
All right, Your Excellency, you have made a name for yourself as a defender of human rights. Are you proud about the events that occurred in June this year? I mean, this led to deaths of young, innocent Kenyans. Where does this sit as, to you, the professor of human rights, not as the deputy president, but as the professor of human rights?
All right. right, still on the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki was asked why exactly the government has been forcing or pushing certain agendas, especially the new health service that has been pushed on Kenyans, saying that some of these government projects do not serve the people. This is what the Deputy President had to say.
In this government, in these projects that affect them?
First of all, we agree that we need to create awareness and also just carry citizens along in our government programs. And also, generally, as government, we need to continue communicating to the people in a manner that is consistent with our obligations under the Constitution. But having said that, I am sure again, because we were here an hour or so ago, I'm sure you are not inviting me to comment on statements by the president or another leader, because let's discuss the issues. Let's not discuss, those kind of issues, because in the process, the message will be lost. And the message is these programs are for the interest of the nation. There is nothing sinister about it. As to if we need to improve our communication and engagement strategy, I agree with you. It is work in progress. We need to keep on improving.
There's many questions, Mr. GP, whether these questions are really for the interest of the people. We, as the media, have reported every day, Kenyans are deeply frustrated with the Social Health Authority. Many, in fact, say NHIF was working. When you come to issues like affordable housing, we were told there was public participation, despite public discontent. When it comes to livestock vaccination, the same thing. Is the government hiding behind the facade of public participation to pass unpopular programs, knowing very well that there's no legal binding framework on public participation? And so the government really isn't bound by Kenyans who say we don't want SHA.
We'll go back to what we said earlier. The government must continue listening to the people and getting input from the people. But the government also has a duty to carry out programs for the transformation of the country. Some of the programs that will transform Kenya may not be popular now, but they'll be popular sometime. Singapore, for example, which many people praise, one of the factors and anchors that took Singapore where it was, among other anchors, is the housing anchor. And today, if you look at Human Development Index, Singapore is up there. And one of the variables is housing, because almost 99% of everybody has a decent home. So, and it was unpopular at the time when the Singaporean leader was bringing this program. It was very unpopular. In fact, it had a component of compulsory savings.
Now, President William Ruto has made significant changes to his cabinet, reassigning key officials and nominating new faces to critical compositions or positions. Kipchumba Murkomen, formerly the Sports Cabinet Secretary, has been reassigned to the Interior Ministry, filling the position left vacant after Kithure Kindiki's elevation to Deputy President. Salim Vuria, previously heading the Investments, Trade and Industry Ministry, has been appointed as the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, replacing Murkomen. Former Nakuru Governor Lee Kinyanjui has been nominated as the new Trade Cabinet Secretary, succeeding Mvurya Mutahi Kagwe, who was serving as Health Cabinet Secretary under President Uhuru Kenyatta, has been nominated for the Agriculture docket, replacing Andrew Karanja. Karanja, in turn, has been nominated as Kenya's ambassador to Brazil. Former Kiambu Governor William Kabogo has been nominated as Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. If approved by Parliament, Kabogo will replace Margaret Nyambura, and these adjustments signal President Ruto's efforts to realign his administration as he nears the midpoint of his term. Moving on, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration has assured Kenyans of their safety during this festive season. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi urged drivers to exercise caution on the roads to prevent accidents. Mudavadi also announced the formation of a specialized missing persons unit under the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to address femicide cases more effectively.
As the festive season takes shape before the culmination of the year 2024, President William Ruto's government has assured Kenyans of their safety in its efforts to minimize road accidents. Speaking here in Nairobi Thursday afternoon, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi noted that there has been an 11% increase in injuries from road accidents from 2023, but a significant decrease in fatalities.
On road accidents, the country has recorded an increase in serious injury due to road traffic accidents, rising by about 11%. Since 2023. There has, however, been a decrease in fatalities among drivers, passengers, pillion passengers, those are the ones who ride at the back of a motorcycle.
He therefore urged motorists to exercise caution during the festive season, ordering an increased police presence and patrols along major highways to enforce compliance with road rules.
The month of December normally records the highest number of fatalities. I therefore urge Kenyans in this festive season, especially public service vehicles, drivers, driving on long-distance trips, to be careful and drive safely.
Mudavadi announced that the Kenya Security Force has formed a specialized missing persons unit domiciled at the DCI to reduce femicide cases effectively. Mudavadi said Kenya has recorded more than 7,000 sexual and gender-based violence cases since September 2023, with at least 100 women killed between August and November 2024.
Currently, the elephant in the room in the security sector is the worrying trend of emerging cases of femicide, which have brought to fore the underlying and ongoing violations of the rights of women in particular. The country has recorded a total of 7,107 sexual and gender-based cases.
He added that misleading narratives that certain legitimate arrests were kidnappings have been spread on social media, which he said should be controlled to maintain national security sanity.
On social media and the rise of sensational and misinformation, we request citizens to be vigilant to sensationalist social media posts and seek to verify the authenticity of information posted online. While social media is an invaluable tool for disseminating news, it has unfortunately been used by several individuals to manipulate public perception and pursue political agenda inconsistent with our national interests and against the sanctity of the Constitution.
With 27 terrorist attacks prevented nationwide between January 2022 and November 2024, Mudavadi stated that terrorism has been successfully combated in the country. Mike Kagwango, TV47, Nairobi.
All right. Political leaders allied to President William Ruto have called on Kenyans to support the government initiatives aimed at driving national development. Speaking during a burial ceremony in Murang'a, President Ruto's economic advisor Moses Kuria criticized those opposing government programs such as SHA, describing the opposition as ill-advised.
The implementation of government programs took center stage during Thursday's event in Murang'a County at the burial of Dr. Adrian Kimotho, the chairperson of the Transport Licensing Appeals Board. Senior government officials led by President William Ruto's economic advisor Moses Kuria emphasized that those opposing government initiatives have ill motives. Kuria affirmed the government's commitment to fulfilling every promise made by the president to the people.
Today I'm a very proud man, Mwalimu Governor. Leo ndio siku contractor wa Maumau amerudi barabarani. Hiyo barabara ya Maumau ikikamilika, tunakaribisha mtu yote mwenye anapenda rais na mwenye hapendi rais, hakuna mtu atafungiwa. Itakuwa ya kila mtu.
There is absolutely no reason to fight a medical program that specifically speaks to you. Kwa hivyo tafadhali tujiandikishe kwa SHA.
Hakujawahi kuwa na wakili wa rais kwa hii mlima yote ya Kenya ametoka eneo hii. Mimi.
According to Kuria, the implementation of the Social Health Authority SHA will address corruption loopholes previously associated with the National Health Insurance Fund NHIF. This comes just days after President Ruto reiterated his concerns about Kenyans' tendency to oppose government plans. Kuria urged church leaders to pray for a change in attitude among citizens.
Jua rais akifaulu, nchi yetu imefaulu. Asipofaulu, nchi yetu haitafaulu. Kwa hivyo, it is in our interest as Kenyans to pray that the president succeeds. Because the moment the president succeeds, the whole nation succeeds.
Nonetheless, Honorable Kuria used the occasion to advocate for a nationwide livestock vaccination program set to begin in January, despite climate change experts suggesting that other priorities should take precedence. The event was attended by Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, an ally of former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, along with other leaders from Mount Kenya region. Paul Kirobi, TV47.
Thank you, Kirobi. As the world battles climate change, innovative strategies are being adopted to make environmental conservation engaging and effective. Eco-friendly motorsports are now merging environmental stewardship with sports, promoting tree planting as part of the conservation agenda. Naivasha recently hosted an event combining motorsports with efforts to increase tree coverage, showcasing how sports enthusiasts are contributing to the fight against climate change. Willie Dennis Njiru brings us this week's feature.
Sports brings people together and is cherished by an array of fans accordingly. From football to motorsports in the country, ecotourism is the attainment impedance accustomed to cherish ecological stewardship. This is in comparison to ideas of planting trees commensurate to birthday anniversaries, elevated up to treasure man's environmental footprints.
You have to agree that sports bring people together. And in that way, it makes it a low-hanging fruit for convincing people to take up environmental conservation.
Kama serikali ingeweza kudhamini wale watu, kama ni 2,000, serikali kuja idhamini, kuliko kutumia chopa, kuliko kutumia ndege na pesa mingi kwenda kupata miti 10 ama 5. Wakidhamini, wakiongea na wale watu ambao ndio wamepanga hafla kama hii, wapatie zile fedha ambazo si nyingi, ili wale wanaokuja wote waweze kuja kujionea. Lakini gharama ya wale ambao wanakuja kujionea iwe ni kwamba wewe utakuja kupanda miti kulingana na umri wako. Kuja na kitambulisho. Kama ni miaka 20, miti 20, miti upewe free, uonyeshwe mahali ya kupanda. Hiyo ndio tiketi yako ya kwenda. Nayo serikali iweze kusimamia na kudhamini hafla ile yote. Kwa sababu ukiambia mtu atoke kwake nyumbani akuje apande mti msituni, itakuwa ni ngumu.
A spectacular Mad for Fun 4x4 automobile event that brought together 30 entries of customized cars was in Naivasha to do what they love best in course of planting trees to make Earth a better place to live in.
If you look at that Lake Naivasha, you can realize that we need to conserve this lake. So we're also going to participate a lot in conservation of that lake because the hyacinth, the sea level, the water level is coming towards a load. So what is that thing that we need to do? I think we are going to seek how we are going to partner with the Ministry of Environment and see what can we do, especially concerning this particular lake, because this is an ecotourism area.
Tuko na Kemfree, tuko na Kenya Forest Service. Hao watu wanaweza zalisha miche na miti, watoe kwa vitalu, weko makaratasi na kubipeleka katika kila sehemu ambayo inataka ipandwe. Leo hii nakuhakikishia kama kungekuwa na miti imewekwa hapo na watu wameambiwa mtu mwenye anaingia hapa hakuna malipo yoyote kama utapanda miti kulingana na ile miaka uko nayo. Hapa leo tungekuwa tumejaza miti. Na si lazima miti ipandwe katika mahali hafla inafanyika. Waite katika mahali miti inafaa kupandwa karibu na hafla inafanyika. Mtu akipanda miti 20 mpatie ticket ambayo serikali ishanunua. Hakuja ingie kama kiingilio, hakuja kutazama michezo kama hii.
Ingenious ways of flocking masses towards environmental interest have been discovered to be embedded in sports, and the throttle speed is beginning to spin faster as the global fraternity is at crossroads to reverse the current state.
Don't just give up.
Don't just give up. How?
If you can hold the hands of the sports events organizers, provide seedlings, it can be in many ways, but just come together with the event organizers and make this a possibility and make it easier for people to want to plant more trees and conserve our environment.
The country is, however, said to be lagging behind in the ideas of eco-motorsports, having hosted 4 seasons of international motorsports, the WRC, which if similar ideas were cherished then, the country would have millions of trees covered.
Tayari tushapoteza nafasi nyingi ambazo tungetumia. Lakini ningeomba sahihi kama serikali hii nafasi ambayo inakuja kwa sababu ya WRC, hii ya AFCON, tuweze kuitumia vilivyo. Na pia katuzi zetu za county. Si lazima serikali kuu iwe ndio inagharamika.
One of the ways is maybe you can decide to plant a tree on your birthday. If you're turning 30, plant 30 trees. If you're turning 20, do 20 trees. And that would go a long way into making sure that we are taking care of Mother Earth.
The region is set to host the AFCON in coming years and WRC coming up in the month of March, April 2025. And it is time that the entrenchment of sports enthusiasts get a chance through state agencies to run the world green.
Tuko na WRC. Na ningetaka niseme hata mimi nitakuwa mwaka huu nitakuwa pia muhusika katika ile WRC. Ni kwamba na hafla ambayo inakuja AFCON ya mchezo. Sahihi ndo wakati mwafaka wa serikali kuweka pesa kando ya kudhamini jambo kama lile. Kwa sababu najua nguvu kazi kama hizi na sheria ambazo tuko nazo za serikali katika ununuzi wa bidhaa. Ni ngumu sana serikali kutoa pesa ikakuja ikapeana ikafanya bila kufanya ile inaitwa tendering kwa sababu ni sheria. Lakini udhamini wanaruhusiwa. Na kwa hivyo ningesema ile Minister of Environment kwamba sahihi ingeanza kuweka mikakati sawa. Waangalie miti itapandwa Karura na ujue ya kwamba hii nchi tuko na mpasi nyingi sana.
We've had WRC here in Naivasha quite a number of times, and the number of people that attend, we have huge crowds of people attending. So imagine a situation where every attendee, every fan, every driver, whenever we have a sporting event, plants one tree, the kind of impact that we would have, it would be huge. It would go a long way into achieving the goals that we want to achieve in environmental conservation.
At the Bliss Water Park in Naivasha, the 4x4 cars outdid each other in the 12 muddy stages in environmental conservation. The 2 days event comprised experts, intermediate and beginners course as machines under mud on man's vitality took sequence.
We are an eco-friendly sport, motorsport, and we are on a goal to do 1 million trees in the next 5 years. So we encourage everyone to join us in the movement and in our initiative. And here we've been hosted by Bliss Water Park Naivasha by Finsco for our second edition of the Mud for Fun 4x4 Challenge and our tree planting activity. So we've had a couple of activities for the past few days. So we've done tree planting and we did quite a substantial amazing number with different partners that we've had.
Excitement, tumbles and mudslinging was an action packed with the apprentice segment, most spectacular for drivers having their first encounters in it being the entry of a 13-year-old Victoria Waitherero.
The environmental aspect in sport
Conservation protects ecosystems and species from the negative effects of excessive harvesting, development, or pollution. Sustainability in minimal ecological impact. It warrants resource endurance for future generations while protecting biotas and species. It is now eminent clear that sports and environmental conservation have to be embedded in each other if at all we have to achieve the fight on climate change. Reporting for TV47 from Naivasha in Nakuru County, I'm Willie Dennis Njiru.
Motorsport and environmental conservation are two things I never thought would be in the same sentence. Thank you, Willie Dennis Njiru, for that. And thank you to the 13-year-old Waitherero who is giving us all a run for our money. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, we have more news and we have a very exciting conversation on entrepreneurship and sustainability. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This December, learn about safety precautions to take into consideration this season.
If you can remember, if you drive on a motorcycle often, to make sure that you have a helmet, it's key to decreasing the severity of the accidents.
If you are passing in a bus from Kakamega to Mombasa, in between, just stand up, stretch your legs, and even when you are seated, keep pumping your feet, keep moving your feet to avoid that long stasis of blood in the veins.
Healthier options for you to maintain a balanced lifestyle amid the holiday hustle.
Eating healthy really doesn't mean that you have to deprive yourself, but we really just have to factor on how to strike a balance. Portion control and moderation are very key. Let us enjoy the season, and at the same time, let us try to watch our health and our well-being.
Happy holidays.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child
than yours. And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m.
Welcome back to the Daily Report. In preparation for the enrollment of 1.2 million students into junior secondary school next year, the government has already constructed 11,000 classrooms, most of which are near completion. Speaking during a roundtable meeting with education stakeholders at the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba confirmed that the grade 9 syllabus has been fully developed and is ready for rollout. Ruga Eval tells us more.
With just 14 days remaining, the country is preparing to enroll grade 9 students next year under the new competency-based education system, CBE. Education Cabinet Secretary Julius Ogamba stated that the year 2025 will be a pivotal year for the system, as it will mark the second stage of national exams for these students, referred to as the Kenya Junior Secondary Assessment.
The construction of these classrooms started in August this year. And so far, we have done close to 75–80% of those classrooms. And we intend to complete doing those classrooms close to January. In fact, I think we've done 14,000 combined, the ministry and CDF.
Meanwhile, Teacher Service Commission CEO Nancy Macharia revealed that the commission has already employed 51% of the teachers required for junior secondary schools. She applauded this achievement, noting that it has significantly enhanced the implementation of CBE.
And this makes 51.5% of the requirement. And what we should note here is that although we have that shortage, it is that in 1.5 years, the government has done 51.5% of the requirements in junior secondary. And this shows the resolve of government in trying to transit our learners through the CBC seamlessly. And therefore, the projected teacher shortage is estimated to be 72,422, which is 48.5%.
The meeting served as a platform for stakeholders to review the progress of CBE since its launch in the year 2017, addressing key challenges and milestones.
In 2025, as already mentioned, that is the year when we shall have had a full cycle of early years, that is ECD, the 2 years. We shall have done a full cycle of our primary school for 6 years. And we shall have done a full cycle of our junior school. It is the year that we shall be doing an assessment of the first 9 years. It is a year that our children will be making choices into the pathways that they want to go into. It is the year that our children will be prepared to transition to senior school. And it is also the same year that we shall be preparing our senior schools to receive our children to senior school. It is the same year that we shall have done adequate simulations to know how many of our children will be doing the STEM pathway, how many of our children will be doing social sciences, how many of our children will be doing arts and creatives.
During a plenary session, parents and students had the opportunity to voice their concerns regarding the teaching and learning of the new system. One key question raised was why the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, that is KICD, had published incorrect content. KICD CEO Charles Ongondo responded to this concern, offering clarifications and addressing the issue.
The presidential party recommendations were very well informed, and we responded immediately as an institute. We have revised the curriculum designs that were on at that time according to the recommendations of the Working Party. And as the PS has said, we have actually proceeded to evaluate curriculum support materials in terms of print materials and digital materials, and in particular, the print materials have been distributed to schools.
Next year, by around March, as the PS promised, we are going to have a very seamless process of how that transition is going to happen.
Additionally, speaking at KC University today during its 13th graduation ceremony, CS Ogamba announced that the government is constructing affordable housing for students as part of the ongoing affordable housing program. Ruga Eval, TV47.
Now, the Kenya Forest Research Institute, KEFRI, has ended the year on a high note after receiving 2 ratifications from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS. Speaking at KEFRI headquarters in Kiambu County, KEFRI CEO Jane Njuguna announced the institute's recertification for ISO 9001-2015 and ISO 14001-2015, as she noted that these certifications align with KEFRI's 5-year strategic plan. The government has pledged support for KEFRI's transformation into a world-class institution focusing on sustainable forest management and conservation.
I'm excited to share with you good news that we attained 2 ISO recertifications, ISO 40001-2015, that's the EMS system, and ISO 9001-2015 quality management system. These 2 achievements build on 13 years of experience in ISO standards implementation in KEFRI. Over the years, we have steadily defined our systems, processes, practices to meet and exceed international standards. These certifications testify our unwavering commitment to continuous improvement, improving service delivery, and sound environmental protection. It is important that KEFRI is the only SAGA state agency in our ministry which has 2 ISO certifications for being certified, both EMS and QMS. Therefore, the certification is more than conformance and compliance. It represents our dedication to fostering collaboration, safeguarding the environment, upholding professionalism, and ensuring the highest standards in forestry research. They validate our role as leaders in research in forestry and creating solutions that benefit our organization and the ecosystems we serve.
Support KEFRI's vision of high-quality research, progress, and sustainably manage Kenya's forest and tree resources for posterity. Thank you, and let's celebrate this milestone together as we look forward to an even brighter future for KEFRI, our forest, and our environment.
this December. Learn about safety precautions to take into consideration this season.
If you can remember, if you drive on a motorcycle often, to make sure that you have a helmet, it's key to decreasing the severity of the accidents.
If you are passing in a bus from Kakamega to Mombasa, in between, just stand up, stretch your legs, and even when you are seated, keep pumping your feet, keep moving your feet to avoid that long stasis of blood in the veins.
Healthier options for you to maintain a balanced lifestyle amid the holiday hustle.
Eating healthy really doesn't mean that you have to deprive yourself, but we really just have to factor on how to strike a balance. Portion control and moderation are very key. Let us enjoy the season, and at the same time, let us try to watch our health and our well-being.
Happy holidays.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in? I was number 2. What position were you? Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
You're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated, and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism, how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Welcome back to the Daily Report. Tonight on The Insight, we're going to be talking about entrepreneurship and sustainability. How can we be sustainable while we are still making money on the side? But before we even indulge in that particular interview, the healthcare crisis has been averted after the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union called off their planned strike. Now, this decision follows successful negotiations addressing grievances tied to the 2017 collective bargaining agreement, bringing much-needed relief to doctors and the public alike. Anne Odida will tell us more on that.
KMPDU has called off their planned strike after reaching an agreement with the government. The strike, initially set to begin on December 22nd, had threatened to disrupt healthcare services across the country.
Between ourselves as COG, the National Ministry of Health, and KPMDU, we have resolved the issues that had resulted in KPMDU issuing a strike notice. The Secretary General has suspended that strike notice so that Kenyan doctors can continue working in our public hospitals during this very critical time.
We are happy to report that the strike has been called off. And again, we are continuing to engage the human resource for health, which is really a critical pillar when it comes to implementation of Taifa Care.
The resolution comes after intense negotiations between the Doctors' Union, the Ministry of Health and the Council of Governors. The talks, spearheaded by the Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, have finally addressed grievances that have been festering since the signing of the 2017 Collective Bargaining Agreement, CBA.
In that vein, I would like to thank the union. I want to thank the Council of Governors, and I also want to thank the Ministry of Health for facing this matter patriotically and in the interest of the country.
One of the major breakthroughs in the deal is the agreement to pay intern doctors a monthly salary of 206,000 Kenyan shillings as stipulated in the CBA.
I must appreciate that we have an agreement, and the collective bargaining agreement signed in 2017 to 2021 has not been bastardized, but has been protected and sanctified. And in today's agreement, the interns doctors can actually check their pay slips tomorrow on Saturday, and they'll see the confirmations that they'll be getting their full salaries.
Additionally, the government has committed to clearing the 3.5 billion Kenyan shillings in basic salary arrears owed to doctors. The first installment of the arrears has already been processed, with the remaining balance set to be paid by July 2025. The agreement also includes a plan for comprehensive salary adjustments, which will be implemented in the 2025-2026 financial year. Any remaining arrears from these adjustments will also be cleared during this period.
We want to assure KPMDU that the remaining parts of any agreement, including the adjustments that we said will push to 2025-26, will be adhered to, will be achieved, and that we will, as COG, do our best to avoid another industrial action.
This resolution is a significant relief for both doctors and the public. The planned strike had raised serious concerns about the state of the healthcare sector, which has struggled with repeated industrial action in recent years. Anne Odida, TV47.
Thank you so much, Anne Odida, for that. As I have said tonight on The Insight, we're touching on the intersection between entrepreneurship and, of course, sustainability. Climate change has been such a huge topic. A lot of people are talking about it. So how can we make money? Well, we're thinking about the climate. In studio tonight with me, I have Yvette Ondachi, who is the Director of East Africa for the Sales and Strategic Partnerships at Synapis. And also with me, I have Wangiwe Joanna, who is the MD of Emerge Livelihoods, who's coming to us straight from Malawi. She's already here with us. I'll start with you, Yvette. This is such an interesting topic, and people usually think when it comes to money, you cannot be thinking about the climate. You only need to think about one. What do you think of this?
It's very interesting. I think that money, especially in relationship to climate change, is an incentive. You know, because whenever there is behavioral change, there has to be some kind of incentive, all right? But when we look at entrepreneurs are a very unique set of people. They're entrepreneurs and they're people who do business. They're different people. Entrepreneurs solve problems. They solve a problem in society. They solve a problem in community. Right. And there is something like you can be a business person and you're just enriching yourself. That is not necessarily helpful and sustainable in the long run. Right. And there's a lot that I can say about that. For example, if you just enrich yourself and you're the only person who's getting rich at the expense of the community, what will happen? You'll become a target. You'll become a target of crime. Yeah? But then, if you have a business that enriches your community, then people are happy. They are glad that you are there and they are blessing you and they're very, very, very grateful for that. So entrepreneurs are a group of people who solve problems. Right. And therefore, there's a group of people who solve problems in relation to climate change that really we'll talk a little bit more about in terms of sustainability.
All right. Thank you so much, Yvette, for that open. And of course, we have Joanne all the way from Malawi. Joanne, if you could just tell us, we see these things in Kenya. We see how we're trying to get entrepreneurs to come into this space, think about climate change. How exactly is it in Malawi?
So basically, Malawi also has emerging issues that have to do with climate change, especially that have affected the country.
There seems to be quite a lag with Joanna. All right, so let me just bring this back to you, Yvette. You've told me that you cannot, these two things are not interchangeable. They're not very different. You have to think about people's livelihoods. You have to think about the climate, and you have to think about entrepreneurship. The youth seem to be taking a very different approach to things nowadays. This conscious Gen Zs are very open to it.
Absolutely.
How exactly is this movement going forward?
Here's the thing. We only have one planet. So if we spoil it, what's going to happen in future? And therefore, it is everybody's responsibility, not just entrepreneurs. Whether you're a student, whichever position you take in society, you need to know that we only have one planet. And therefore, there's a strong need for having a drive that will drive awareness and lead to behavioral change. Right. Just going back to the article that was earlier on the eco, it was really nice watching how motocross people were planting trees, which is so beautiful. And I think that we can do more. I'm so happy that this is one community that's doing it, but we need to be proactive as opposed to being reactive. So many times we realize, there's drought. Okay, let's plant trees. What about if for every tree that was cut, and we've been hearing this for a very long time, from the days of Wangari Maathai, she says, every tree that is cut down, plant 4. Why can't this become a normal behavior? Why can't we celebrate green spaces? Because the reality is, if you look ahead and project the next 10 to 20 years, if we grab all our green spaces and become a concrete jungle, where's recreation going to be?
Right.
And that's the mindset that most entrepreneurs have, and more so, I'll call them social entrepreneurs, because they are measuring their impact on, am I leaving the world better than how I found it?
All right.
And that's just custodianship. And so if everybody can take a role of being a custodian, then they can be able to make a change and leave the world a better place.
All right, Yvette, let's, rope in Joanna into this conversation. When it comes to innovation, Joanna, most of the time people usually say it can go one of two ways. It's either green innovation or it's quite the opposite. We're looking at quite literally mass destruction of the climate. How exactly can we create a balance when it comes to innovation? Because we do need to progress, but we need to progress consciously.
So, innovation is that we have to set all the time. Basically, we actually leverage new interests or think about what other traditional ways can basically improve renewable technology.
All right. I think we're losing Joanna a little bit. There seems to be Malawi and Kenya are not doing very well internet-wise tonight. So I'll just try to throw this back to you, Yvette.
Yep.
how exactly are we taking a more conscious approach when it comes to innovation? We do not want to just see, innovation has come with so much destruction. How can we have a balance?
Well, first and foremost, we need better innovation between Malawi and Kenya, as you have brilliantly said. That is a great, so a typical entrepreneur would say, how can we solve this problem and what solution can we have? I want to use the example, I thought of certain companies that have done a great job, and one of them is Bolt, actually. Because they are driving around and all the emissions that they're causing, they have made a commitment to plant a certain number of trees, and they have campaigns among their riders all over the world. They give them a box and say, hey, why don't you do this? When you go home or go to an open space, just throw these seeds. You see, so as there are emissions on one side, you're thinking about planting trees on the other side. So that, in a sense, is a balance. But here's the thing. Entrepreneurship exists in a community. No man is an island. You see, and this whole individualistic mindset is, in my view, what would be more destructive. You do need a community where you can balance one another and where you can say, okay, this has this harmful effect. How can we counter it on the other side? That's why there are governance boards. That's why there's corporate social responsibility. And it's not just for the big corporates that are growing. You can have an SME with some social responsibility. And that's what is being pushed, so that we can hold as many people accountable to change and have an impact on the environment at this particular point. There's environmental impact, there is social impact, and then there is financial impact. So all of these can interplay together, and then we also help. So like at Synapis, we help you think about your business model. So as you're solving your problem as an entrepreneur, what is your business, how is your business model going to solve the issue of unemployment, for example? You may not just be one person, but the more people we impact to solve unemployment, great. How is your business solution going to bring, is it environmentally positive or environmentally negative? Those are the questions that we help entrepreneurs think through so that you have a strong model, and that is what leads to sustainability.
All right, Yvette, let's try to get Joanna one more time. Joanna, maybe if you could just tell us, chime in here, tell us how exactly can we incorporate small and medium enterprises? A lot of African countries have too many MSMEs. Here in Kenya, it's almost 80% of all businesses. Usually these businesses don't care about the environment, they're just trying to make a penny. How can we make SMEs more sustainable?
All right. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so basically one of the important aspects of supporting MSMEs to become more sustainable is to educate them first. So make sure that they're adapting the best practices in climate adaptation as well as resilience, and getting them to also understand what environmental sustainability is all about. Because in most cases, most of them might be practicing, but they're not fully aware that it's one of the most important aspects they need to incorporate at the moment, and make sure that their products and services are not contributing to the harm that we might actually see across the ecosystem. And another important aspect is to make sure that we're investing in them financially. So that's basically what we call climate financing. If we really want to actually have improved sustainability around the business practices, we basically have to invest in the businesses to make sure they have adequate financing that is helping them get access to new technologies or emerging trends in how they can actually improve the way that they do their business practices. And on the same, what's also important is to see that we have a culture that goes beyond the businesses themselves. So what are the customers interested in? So that when they're emerging businesses, they basically solve the key challenges in the communities that are in line with both environmental sustainability, but the needs of the customers, because now we see more people becoming conscious about what they really want to do around conservation, especially for the environment. So very key that starting from governments, they have to actually develop policies that are really going to align with businesses, adapting better practices. but also then getting the businesses to become more aware, to become more adaptive to better practices that are contributing to environmental sustainability whilst we're also investing in them.
All right, thank you so much, Joanna, for that. And as we start to conclude, Yvette, she's talked about raising consciousness, not just for the business community, but for the government as well. And we know how policies are usually so important in changing perspectives. What do you think is the role of the government in this particular situation?
I think that government can play a role of partnership and recognition, because we have some of the best policies in the world. The problem is the implementation. So who is giving the oversight as to how to implement it and implement it well? When we think of a lot of when you talk of the MSMEs, my mind goes to a typical marketplace.
Right.
Why is it that we don't have 3 dustbins, one for plastics, one for the metals and the others, and the other for the recyclable material? Government can do that and say they can play a role in terms of driving awareness, but also enabling sustainability. Then there's a way that we call it, is it green bonds, or impact investing, that we work hand in hand. So when government receives money to drive this, how does that go to the small person on the ground? And how does that go ahead and equip? How do we leverage on government facilities that will enhance or even incubate innovations around this? So government has got a huge role to play in this, but we also have to work hand in hand. So we really just need to, we will accomplish more when we work together as opposed to working in isolation.
That was very insightful. Thank you so much, Yvette. And we've completely run out of time. So Joanna, I'll just loop you in right now. Maybe if you could just tell us, we always say, climate change, everyone should be pushing it, but there seems to be a bad guy in this room. Who is the bad guy, and how exactly do we stop the bad guy?
I kind of missed the question.
Let me repeat it, Joanna. Maybe if you could just tell us, we're always talking about climate change. We keep saying the things that should be done, but clearly something is not being done. Who is the bad guy in the room? How can we stop this bad guy?
All right, great. So I feel like it's not really blame or identifying who the bad guy is, because as Yvette mentioned, we really need to foster collaboration. So what's the government doing? What are the other stakeholders doing, like the local NGOs or the international NGOs, the impact investors? How do we basically bring this conversation on the table and make sure that there's strong collaboration across the ecosystem, and we're not really developing solutions in silos and investing in silos, because by the end of the day, that's what's actually bringing lesser results than if we actually all collaborated and basically figured out how do we basically push this agenda forward in a manner that's really making sense and tangible. So for instance, one of the interventions that we're actually affiliated in is the Empowering Sustainable Entrepreneurship in Africa, which is a strong collaboration between Village Capital and 5 ESOs across 5 emerging markets across Africa. And basically, we also have to work with the local stakeholders in each country to make sure that we're supporting entrepreneurs to make sure they have access to investment and also the capacity building. So solutions like that basically are bringing in an ecosystem-led approach, which is basically going to be able to scale and diversify and also benefit different countries. And that's just one example that I can share, that there's not really a bad guy. We could all be the bad guys, but can we all work together to make sure that we're actually curbing this problem?
All right. Thank you so much, Joanna. Thank you so much, Yvette, for joining us tonight. We were talking about sustainability, entrepreneurship, what is the intersection, and we've realized that maybe all we need is collaboration, because there's no big bad guy in the room. We could be the big bad guy. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Have yourselves a very lovely evening tonight on The Insight. We've had such a good conversation. We've told you all that is happening. Until next time, have yourselves a lovely night.
This December, learn about safety precautions to take into consideration this season.
If you can remember, if you drive on a motorcycle often, to make sure that you have a helmet, it's key to decreasing the severity of the accidents.
If you are first day in a bus from Kakamega to Mombasa, in between, just stand up, stretch your legs, and even when you are seated, keep pumping your feet, keep moving your feet to avoid that long stasis of blood in the veins.
Healthier options for you to maintain a balanced lifestyle amid the holiday hustle.
Eating healthy really doesn't mean that you have to deprive yourself, but we really just have to factor on how to strike a balance. Portion control and moderation are very key. Let us enjoy the season, and at the same time, let us try to watch our health and our well-being.
Happy holidays.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
You're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated, and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m. The Grind, where business meets brilliance. It's not just about the ideas.
I was working as a shampoo boy. I used to wash clients' hair on the sink.
It's about making them happen. From big wins.
In primary school, when we would be asked what people want to be, I was categorical that I want to be a nurse.
To hard lessons.
The consoles change, the gaming equipment keep changing.
We cover it all. Tune in to The Grind, where every episode is packed with insights.
The person who is serving customers, always be a customer-centric.
Strategies.
When you pay attention to detail, you get luxury items.
And stories to fuel your ambition. Don't just dream it, grind it. Mondays at 7:30 p.m.
Jambo mtazamaji, karibu kwenye kipindi cha VAR. Mimi naitwa Duncan Mtua. Leo tutakuwa na mengi ya kuzungumzia. Tutakuwa nachambua mechi kati ya Tottenham na Manchester United ambayo itakuwa inachezwa mida ya saa 5. Je, unapigia upato timu gani kati ya timu hizo mbili? Baadhi ya maswali ambayo mtazamaji mimi tutakuwa nakuuliza pia leo. Pia tunatarajia hapo kesho rais wa shirikisho la soka duniani, rais wa shirikisho la soka barani Afrika ambaye ni Patrice Motsepe atatua nchini mida ya saa 12. Kwa hivyo tutakuwa naangalia, je, yeye kuzuru nchini ni kipi ambacho atakuwa analeta. Kumbuka Kenya inalenga kuandaa dimba la CHAN. Lakini ndani ya muda huo ambao tutakuwa nazungumza hapa kwenye kipindi cha VAR, sipo peke yangu. Ken Kabedhi yupo ndani. Habari kakangu?
Niko salama kakangu.
Umepotea bwana.
Hali ya mwanaume hapa kule.
Hapa kule.
Kweli.
Acha tuanze kipindi moja kwa moja sasa sababu ya muda.
Shwari.
Mtazamaji kama unavyoona pia Bruno Fernandes kando yako. Inamaanisha kuwa kuna mechi ambayo tunatarajia, mechi ambayo mashabiki wa Manchester United wanasema, leta yule ambaye utaleta tutampiga. Tulimpiga mwana Man City. Sasa yule mwenye atakuwa anakuja tutakuwa nampiga. Ni mechi ambayo inatarajiwa kuchezwa mida ya saa 5 usiku wa leo. Ken, tukizungumzia mechi kama hiyo, ni mechi ya Carabao ama wanasema EFL quarter finali. Kwa hivyo sijui unatarajia nini kwenye baada ya Man United kumpiga Man City weekendi?
Shwari kabisa, kama vile Danko ambavyo umesema, Manchester United wanakuja mechi wakiwa na motisha baada ya kupiga majirani wao Manchester City. Lakini pia Tottenham si timu changa, ni timu ambayo pia ukiangalia matokeo ni timu ambayo pia inajituma vilivyo. Ingawa mimi kama mwana Manchester United, hii mechi naona tukishinda. Nimeona kikosi kocha wetu Amorim anajaribu kucheza kidogo pale na kikosi ile kwa kimombo tunaita rotation, na nina matumaini kubwa kuwa vijana wetu wa the Red Devils watajituma vilivyo na tutaweza kupata ushindi.
Lakini pia tukiangalia pia upande mwingine, Tottenham baada ya kumpiga Southampton mabao 5-0 pia wanatarajia toe upinzani mkali kwa vijana wa Amorim. Sijui upande wa Tottenham, baada ya mechi kadhaa wamekuwa kipigwa, lakini baada ya kumpiga Southampton natumai sasa motisha kwa
ni kweli Danko. Unajua baada ya kupiga timu kama Southampton mabao 5 unakuja mechi hiyo nyingine ukiwa na motisha chungu mzima. Lakini mimi najua ingawa wataleta upinzani kidogo, United wakicheza na ile moyo wa kujituma, natarajia United itaweza shinda. Sijasema kama mwana United, nimesema kama mdadisi, ingawa ndani kuna mwana United kidogo tu.
Wanzewa kidogo. Na pia ukizungumzia kikosi cha United, Marcus Rashford pia ameweza kutemwa tena kwenye kikosi hiki, hatakuwa anaanza. Kwa hiyo lineup tayari imeweza kutoka, hatakuwa anaanza, hayuko kwenye kikosi. Amorim alisema kuwa yeye anaelewa kikosi vizuri na wachezaji fulani wanahitaji pia kuwa na nidhamu ya hali ya juu. Nidhamu tuliweza kuona Garnacho pia akatemwa kwenye kikosi cha kilichopiga Man City.
Kweli, kama unakumbuka mwaka ulipoanza Danko, kuna kitu tumekuwa tukizungumza naye sana. Nimekuwa nikikwambia mchezaji kama Rashford tunafaa kwa tulishamuuza kitambo sana. Kuna kile jinsi kile binafsi wanayo, wanataka kujiona au ni wakubwa kushinda klabu, ni wakubwa kushinda timu. Ukiangalia kiwango kama ya mpira, hakuna mtu mkubwa kushinda. Tumekuwa na kina Beckham, tumekuwa na kina Ronaldo. So Rashford mimi vile naona kocha ana haki na ni kazi yake na ako sawa kabisa. Hiyo nidhamu ambayo Rashford anajaribu kuleta, kutaka kuonyesha yeye ni mkubwa, lazima wachezaji wote lazima waweke gas kwenye tank kwa mechi, wajitume. Hakuna mmoja anajituma zaidi ya mwingine. Ni mtu afanye kazi yake. Hela ambayo wachezaji wanalipwa ni hela mingi sana. So ni hela ambayo unafaa kuwa unajituma kwa kiwanja vile inafaa.
Na pia tukisonga tukiangalia kingine ama kwenye kipindi cha VR tukiangalia ni kipi kingine ambacho kimeweza kufanyika mtazamaji. Jioni ya leo Wizara ya Michezo nchini basi itakuwa na waziri mpya. Kumbuka ndani ya mwaka mmoja tumeshuhudia ama tumeweza kumwona waziri ya Babu na Mwamba, tumemwona Murkomen Kipchumba na pia saizi kunaye mwingine mpya. Inamaanisha nini ama wewe Wizara ya Michezo sababu ile shirikisho ambayo inasimamia magari ambayo ni FIA duniani iliandikia Kenya barua kuuliza nani ambaye anasimamia sport Kenya? Nani waziri? Sababu kulikuwa na kulikuwa na yule Hababu na Mwamba, Hababu akaondoka. Kipchumba sijui hajamaliza miezi 6 ameondoka. Consistency ya mawaziri wa michezo.
Danko, ni kweli ukiangalia hata sasa ukichukua simu yako uangalie kwenye Wikipedia uweze kutafuta nani waziri wa michezo Kenya, itakuonyesha Babu ni Hababu na Mwamba. Ona hata Murkomen bado hajawekwa kwenye haja-updateiwa, na sasa tena tushaletewa mwingine. Mimi kama mwanaspoti inanipa wasiwasi mkubwa sana, kwa sababu ukiangalia kwanza, kama mimi mpenda kandanda, ukiangalia Murkomen amekuwa akipiga hesabu yake kwenye CHAN preparation. Tarehe 31 mwezi huu ndio deadline yetu ya kuhakikisha kuwa ama kuonyesha CAF ya kwamba tumejitayarisha kwenye marekebisho ya viwanja vyetu kama Kasarani. Sasa mimi nashindwa hii kiongozi kubadilishwa itatusaidia ama ni sijui, lakini mimi vile naona vile inaelekea tunaweza kosa hata kuhost hiyo CHAN.
Tutajua kesho baada ya Motsepe kutua nchini. Huyu Mvurya pia alikuwa gavana wa kaunti ya Kwale, na pia amekuwa pia katika wizara ya amekuwa pia kwenye wizara zingine. Inaadhiri wana michezo, sababu kama nilivyozungumza kwanza, kuna zile shirikisho duniani hazijui labda nani ndo nani, leo hii ndio yuko, kesho ni mwingine. Na imekuwa ni wizara ya michezo tu, lakini sababu tunatarajia kuwa wenyeji wa moja kati ya dimba kubwa duniani, tunazungumzia CHAN mwezi Februari. Tunatarajia pia kuwe wenyeji wa dimba la AFCON mwaka 2027. Hivyo mimi ningetarajia tukue tuna ile ambayo tunasema consistency, ambaye kuna waziri mmoja ambaye kwenye ile meza ya kiufundi anahakikisha kuwa shughuli nzima, sababu huyo ana mipango yake, mwingine anakuja na mipango yake, anaadhiri pakubwa.
Ni ukweli itatuadhiri pakubwa sana sana kama waziri ambaye anaingia kwenye hiyo cheo cha spoti atakuja na mafikra na matendo mengine. Kama sasa niko na wasiwasi pia, ukiangalia tuko na vijana wetu chipkizi michezo mbalimbali wako kwenye camp tunavyoongea saa hii. Miji minne, Nairobi, Mombasa, Eldoret na Kisumu wamekuwa camp kwa wiki ambazo 2 zimepita. Waziri Murkomen amekuwa akitembelea hizo camp, amekuwa akichangia zaidi, amekuwa akisupport kabisa. Sasa vile waziri mwingine amekuja, swali je ni hizi mikakati, hizi mipango ambazo zimekuwa zikiendelezwa na Babu na Murkomen, atakuja kuendeleza ama atakuja kubadilisha? Juu kama ni kubadilisha, basi sijui vile umesema hiyo consistency vile tunaikosa. Kwa maoni yangu naona itakuja kutuadhiri vibaya sana sisi kama wanaspoti nchi hii.
Wacha tumtakie Salim Mvurya kila laheri kwenye sekta ya michezo. Lakini mtazamaji, pia tukisonga kuzungumzia kuhusu waziri mpya. Waziri mpya atakuwa na majukumu, lakini hapo kesho mida ya asubuhi, rais wa shirikisho la soka barani Afrika ambayo ni CAF, ambaye ni Patrice Motsepe, atatua nchini na atazuru katika nyuga tofauti. Unazungumzia uga wa Kasarani, utazungumzia uga wa Police Sacco, unazungumzia uga pia wa Nyayo, Ulinzi Sports Complex, na pia Kasarani Annex ambayo pia itakuwa tumika kama uwanja ama nyuga za mazoezi. Ndo mkubwa atakuwa nazuru kesho, na huenda tukajua hazma ya sisi kama Kenya kuwa wenyeji wa CHAN, dimba ambalo litakuwa naandaliwa mwezi Februari. Wengi wameuliza, je, tuko tayari? Sababu ukiangalia shughuli ambayo inaendelea katika uwanja wa Nyayo, shughuli ambayo inaendelea katika uwanja wa Kasarani, inatoa inaleta ile hofu kuwa unga huwezi malizika.
Na kuelewa kabisa Danko. Ukiangalia Motsepe atakavyokuja kesho, safiri kesho, kukuja kwake mimi naiona na njia mbili. Ya kwanza naiona na njia ya kisiasa, ya wajuu ni mwanasiasa pia kwenye mpira. So lazima pia yeye kuja pia angependa kujieka pande moja na Hussein, ama kufanya kiongozi wetu wa mpira Kenya ambaye
anachaguliwa bila kupingwa mwezi Machi.
Kweli, lakini lazima ukuwe na delegates nini wajua. So lazima pia atake kuwa kambi moja na Hussein. Ya pili pia yeye kuja ni itatupa sisi kama Kenya nafasi ya kumonyesha yeye kama kiongozi wa CAF kuwa maandalizi yetu yamefikia hapa. Ile deadline walikuwa wametupa ya tarehe 31 mwezi huu, tuko kwenye laini, tuko sambamba na mipango ambayo tuliweka. Lakini kesho tusipoweza kumwonyesha ya kwamba hatuko kwenye mipango, tutapoteza hiyo chana, itakuwa ni Kenya ambayo tumepoteza. Lakini matumaini yangu ni Danko natarajia kwamba juu ya uongozi mpya wa mpira Kenya na siasa za mpira za kindani, natarajia kuwa kwa hiyo siasa wanaweza tupata kama nika extension, hata kama nika wiki moja ama mbili, kwa sababu saa hii ukiangalia vile Kasarani iko, sidhani kama tunaweza fanya miujiza kwa siku 10, lakini labda tutaona.
Unasema kidogo unaona itakuwa ngumu. Basi mtazamaji, si ukiwa nyumbani, je, wewe unaonaje? Kenya itakuwa tayari kuandaa dimba hili la chana ambalo limeratibiwa kufanyika tarehe 2 mwezi Februari mwaka ujao, mwaka 2025. Kando na hayo pia rais huyu wa CAF ambaye ni Patrice Motsepe akizuru nchini. Je, itakuwa inamaanisha nini sisi kama wenyeji wa dimba hilo, na pia tukijiandaa pia kuwa wenyeji wa dimba la AFCON mwaka 2027. Huyu Motsepe pia anatua nchini siku chache baada ya kuchaguliwa kwa Hussein Mohamed ambaye alichaguliwa kama rais wa shirikisho la soka humu nchini. Hapo kesho tutafuatilia habari hiyo. Mtazamaji, tutakuwa na chukua break fupi hivi niweze kunywa maji, alafu nikirejea tunarejea na mengi zaidi, nikupe lineup ya Manchester United wakipiga dhidi ya Tottenham Hotspur.
Brought to you by Maybet. Chance yako.
This December, learn about safety precautions to take into consideration this season.
If you can remember, if you drive on a motorcycle often, to make sure that you have a helmet, it's key to decreasing the severity of the accidents.
If you are passing in a bus from Kakamega to Mombasa, in between, just stand up, stretch your legs, and even when you are seated, keep pumping your feet, keep moving your feet to avoid that long stasis of blood in the veins.
Healthier options for you to maintain a balanced lifestyle amid the holiday hustle.
Eating healthy really doesn't mean that you have to deprive yourself, but we really just have to factor on how to strike a balance. Portion control and moderation are very key. Let us enjoy the season, and at the same time, let us try to watch our health and our well-being.
Happy holidays.
Hey there friends, welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Join us as we explore the journeys of those who defy the odds and break barriers. We dive deep into the stories of triumph.
Sometimes when parenting a child with a special need or whatever disability, family life becomes a bit complicated, and you may end up raising the child on your own.
Here, we inspire.
I have a farm which one we showcase with other dyslexic youths and autism how to farm.
Motivate.
It's never easy, but what we do, the best thing is to work with another parent who has an elder child
than yours.
And break through the barriers one story at a time. Push your boundaries beyond the limit. Saturdays at 8 p.m.
Join Maybets leo upate
Karibu tena mtazamaji, kipindi ni VAR. Mimi naitwa Duncan Mtua. Ken Kabethi yupo ndani ananisaidia kudadisi masuala ya sport. Tumeweza kuzungumzia kuhusu waziri wa michezo ama waziri mpya wa michezo ambaye ni Salim Mvurya. Pia tumeweza kuzungumzia kuhusu shirikisho la soka barani Afrika ambapo rais atakuwa nazuru nchini. Lakini kwanza kabla tusonge, mwaka miezi siku chache, mwaka 2024 uweze kukamilika, na tuna zile ambao tunasema best moment. Kwangu kiniuliza best moment za mwaka 2024 na pia kuna best na bad moments, ama zile ambazo ziliweza kuvutia zaidi na zile ambazo hazikunipendeza. Nafikiri kwangu ni kwangu nitakwambia kuweza kuona Ruth Chepngetich, baadhi ya wanariadha wakivunja rekodi. Unazungumzia Kipyegon, unazungumzia pia Chebet, na pia kuweza kutazama Olimpiki moja kwa moja pia ni baadhi ya zile ambazo tutakuwa nasema good moments. Pia kuweza kuona kuweza kuona pia timu ya Dhanda ikiweza kufuzu kwenye ile ambayo tunasema BAL. Timu ya Kenya ya mpira wa vikapu kwa mara ya kwanza itakuwa inashiriki kwenye michuano ya BAL ambayo itakuwa inaandaliwa mwaka ujao, mwaka 2025. Lakini kuna zile ambazo tunasema bad moment, timu ya taifa Harambee Stars kutofuzu. Pia good moment kuweza kuona rais mpya wa shirikisho la soka barani humu nchini akichaguliwa. Na pia bad moment tasema pia kumpoteza mmoja kati ya wanariadha bora duniani ambaye kumpoteza mshikilizi wa rekodi ya mbio za masafa marefu ambayo tunasema marathon, ambaye ni Kevin Kiptum. Ni baadhi ya yale ambayo tunasema bad moment in sports kwangu. Sijui zako zimekwaje?
Mini good moments, kuna wale wasichana mufunza mpira pale, team ya True Talents of Africa. Mwaka wetu wa kwanza tukakuwa promoted. Tulipoteza mechi moja tu peke yake. Good moment pia, watatu ndani ya kikosi wameweza kupata scholarship za team mbalimbali ama universities mbalimbali pale United States. Alafu good moment ni team kubwa Mathare United kuweza kupandishwa kwenye top league ya Kenya. Bad moment labda mechi ambayo tulipigwa na Police, na tarajia ni mechi ambayo Mathare tungeshinda. Ilikuwa mechi rahisi, lakini ilikuja nyuma ya zile saga za wachezaji kwenda kucheza sijui Mosquito FC sijui wapi. Another bad moment ambayo tulikuwa ni wachezaji wetu wenye mandugu zetu ambao hawasikii, wale tunaita deaf players, hawakuweza kuparticipate kwenye Africa qualifiers mshike moja mbili hapa na serikali. Hiyo kwangu ilikuwa bad moment kidogo.
Ni hizo tu. Usiendelee. Naona umeanza kuebosha, achia hapo. Pia mtazamaji, naona huyu hajaniambia jina. Na ananiambia ujambo Danko na coach KK. Hiyo mechi ya Man United na City ilikuwa kabumbu safi. Tottenham hawana bahati, lazima Man United ichukue leo usiku. Hawa mashabiki wa United nyinyi mfana mambo. Ama mna mambo sana. Lakini tukizungumzia pia ligi kuu, tuangalie ligi kuu ya soka sababu kuna mechi kadhaa ambazo zimeweza kuchezwa. Tuliweza kushuhudia Gor Mahia ikiweza kuandikisha ushindi wa mabao 3-0 dhidi ya Ulinzi na waliandikisha ushindi huo baada ya kumpiga ama baada ya kupigwa na polisi. Pia tukaweza kushuhudia mabao ya Gor Mahia yakifungwa na Samuel Kapen, Roni Anyango na Austin Odhiambo. Tukaweza kuona Kenya Police pia wakimpiga ama wakipiga Talanta bao 1-0. Tunapiga ile ambayo tunasema wrap up tu ya mechi ambazo zimeweza kuchezwa kwenye ligi kuu ya soka. Gor Mahia msimu kidogo wanasema wana kocha lakini wana kocha pia.
Gor Mahia ndio unasema wana kocha lakini mpira uchezwa na wachezaji. Wana kocha ndio lakini mpira uchezwa na wachezaji. Wajua na Gor Mahia ni timu chache zile Kenya ambazo zina quality players. So mimi kwa mechi 2-3 wakirudi hapo juu kwenye jadwali itakuwa ni bahati mbaya kwao. Ukiangalia Police wamekuwa na kocha mgeni amekuja, ukiangalia sasa wameenda mechi natarajia mechi kama 5 hawajapoteza. Wamekuwa wakicheza vyema na kulingana na ile investment Police wamekuwa wakiweka wanafaa kuwa nambari 1 kwenye jedwali. So wacha tuone vile hizi mechi za kipindi cha kwanza cha ligi hii vile itakwenda, lakini natarajia pia watamalizia na nguvu ya juu zaidi.
Kuna baadhi ya timu ambazo pia ambao iko form kabisa. Tunazungumzia Shabana ambao pia wameshinda mechi zao licha ya kupoteza walipiga KCB.
Kweli wajua Shabana wanatumia mchezaji wa 12 vizuri sana. Watumia shabiki vizuri sana. Alafu tena ukiangalia makocha ambao wameletwa pale ni pia makocha wenye tajriba ya juu wanaweza kuwasaidia. Na vile Danko upenda kukueleza, hata uletwe kocha mgani, wachezaji kama hawajakubali kucheza haitachezeka.
Watakusaliti.
Lakini wakikubali kucheza itachezeka. Ingawa pia kocha kama nahodha ama kiongozi wa hiyo team pia lazima aweze kujua aweze kutafuta namna kufanya wachezaji waweze kucheza na furaha.
Na walimpiga mwana KCB huyu. Mwana KCB alianza msimu vizuri kafika mahali hapana anapigwa na yule ambaye anakuja anatoka kila timu zinaondoka na alama. Labda kipi kimefanyika? Lakini
unajua si msimu wa kwanza timu kama KCB kufanya vitendo kama hivyo. Wanaanzanga vyema, ukiangalia KCB, Posta, hizi ni zile timu zinaanzanga msimu vyema alafu zinakuja zinaachilia baadaye. Ningependa kujua nini hasa hufanyika kwa timu kama, kwa sababu ukiangalia kama ni mambo na mshahara iko, kama ni mambo na investment, kama ni timu ambazo zina viwanja wana shida. Yaani hata mimi Danso hiyo swali ambalo unalo ndio pia mimi ninalo, sijui wanaachilianga wapi.
Nafani watembelee kidogo niwaulize shida iko wapi.
Inafaa
naachilia ligi sababu nilikuwa naona labda huenda wakaondoka na huenda wakashinda mwisho wa msimu, sababu Gor Mahia ukiangalia jinsi ambavyo walianza, ukiangalia Kenya Police jinsi ambavyo walianza msimu, lakini bado wameachilia. Ukiniuliza kwa sasa nitakwambia wameachilia sababu Kenya Police ndo hawa, Gor Mahia pia wanamezea mate sana kutoa ubingwa wa ligi hiyo. Lakini tuachane tu na ligi kuu ya soka, tuangalie kile ambacho kingine kiliweza kufanyika. Na jana si jana bali leo mapema leo nilikuwa naambia rafiki yangu fulani FIFA Best zile tuzo wamefanya Ballon d'Or. Ile tuzo Ballon d'Or ikaonekana ni kama inaonekana sajok. Tuzungumzie tuzo ile tuzo za FIFA Best ambapo tuliweza kuona Vinicius Junior baada ya kukosa kutuzwa na Ballon d'Or ameweza kushinda kama mchezaji bora duniani na pia ikaibuisia na pia mjadala tofauti kuhusu tuzo hizi. Pia tukaweza kumuona Aitana Bonmati wa Spain ama kule Hispania akiweza kutuzwa kama mwanadada bora kwa mchezo wa soka duniani. Bao la Alejandro Garnacho likaweza kupewa tuzo la bao bora duniani ama bao ambalo liliweza kufungwa mwaka huu. Na pia tuliweza kuona kocha pia tukaweza kuona kocha Don Carlo Ancelotti pia akiweza kuchaguliwa kama baadhi ya makocha wazuri duniani. Tuzo kama hizi na nataka ukombe FIFA Best na Ballon d'Or. kwa sasa, sababu mimi ukiniuliza nitakwambia Ballon d'Or kidogo imepoteza credibility.
Kweli. Kila shabiki wa mpira Canada atakwambia kuwa Ballon d'Or imepoteza hiyo credibility. Ukiangalia hata vile ukiangalia Ballon d'Or lilipewa Rodri, FIFA Best imepewa Vinicius. Ukiangalia mchango wa wachezaji wawili kwenye timu zao, kila shabiki, kila mwanaspoti atakwambia Vinicius alikuwa anapaswa kupewa Ballon d'Or. Hakupewa Ballon d'Or, lakini sasa ukweli ndio kama unakumbuka R9 Ronaldo de Lima kwenye mtandao wake.
Niliona kwenye mtandao pia
alizungumzia na akasema hauwezi nyimwa kama ni yako. Kama ni yako huwezi nyimwa. Na ndio hii ya kwamba mimi na furaha kubwa kwamba ambaye anapaswa anadeserve kuwa mshindi, kuwa mchezaji bora duniani mwaka uliopita ni Vinicius, na mwishowe amepewa tuzo ambao anapaswa kupewa.
Na pia si mara ya kwanza tumeweza kuona FIFA Best mchezaji akituzwa kama kama mchezaji bora na FIFA Best na Ballon d'Or mwingine tofauti. Angalia mwaka uliopita ama miaka 2 zilizopita hivi tuliweza kuona Lionel Messi akachaguliwa ama akapewa Ballon d'Or. Mwisho wa siku kijana Haaland akapewa kama mchezaji bora duniani.
Ukiangalia kuna ni tetesi, sijui kama ni ukweli ama ni uongo, lakini ni tetesi ya kuwa Ballon d'Or iko na usiasa mingi zaidi ya mabrand kadhaa. Wapata?
Hadi Real waligoma.
Hadi Real waligoma kweli. Lakini ukiangalia vile FIFA Best wa mchezaji anachaguliwa, kwanza naheshimu sana manahodha wa timu zetu za East Africa. Kina Olunga waliweza kuchagua vyema kwa sababu unapata manahodha wa timu wanachagua, makocha wa timu, national teams zote wanaweza kuchagua. Na ndio kwa maana unapata sasa credibility iko kwenye FIFA Best mbali na Ballon d'Or.
Tusonge tuangalie pia tuzo zingine. Tuzo za CAF nafikiri zili set standard mahali, sababu ulikuwa unaona watu wanasema Ballon d'Or sasa wanafaa waangalie sasa tuzo za CAF. Tumeendelea ama Afrika, barani Afrika basi wamepiga hatua. Ukiangalia zile ama jinsi mambo yalivyokuwa, Diamond akapiga shughuli yake pale kama mwimbaji, Eto pia akapiga tu picha zake kama ulikuwa unafuatilia. Anakaa kama wale mjomba pia hivi, wajomba watoto wao wakiolewa pia. Unaonanga wakipiga picha. Ilikuwa tuna burudani tele ambapo tuliweza kushuhudia baadhi ya wanasoka bora, wachezaji wa kandanda bora wakiweza kutuzwa. Tukaweza kumuona Ademola Lookman akituzwa kama mchezaji bora barani Afrika. Tukaweza kuona pia mshambuliaji wa Zambia ambaye ni Banda pia akaweza kutuzwa kama mchezaji bora. Upande wa kina dada pia utazungumzia mlinda lango bora wa Afrika Kusini, alitamba sana akiwa na ile timu, na pia huyo ni Rowan Williams. Na pia tukaweza kuona tu, lakini kulikuwa kando pia na zile tuzo kuna ile ambayo tunasema CAF Best 11 na kwenye ile Best 11 tukamkosa Best Goalkeeper of the Year. Hakuwa kwa ile CAF Best. Wengi wakauliza ni kipi nini inafanyika?
Mimi ni mmoja wao anauliza hiyo swali Danko. Ni swali ambalo nauliza lakini yote 9 ya 10 nakubaliana ya kuwa wachezaji ambao waliweza kutozwa zawadi walistahili kupewa zawadi ambazo walipewa, walistahili kutozwa. Ukiangalia vile mkakati ilipangwa, nakubaliana na wewe 100%, 100%. Ballon d'Or wanafaa wakuja wafanye benchmarking, waone ambavyo shughuli ilipigika, na kama vile umetaja Madrid walisusia Ballon d'Or. Na Ballon d'Or wasipochunga vitu kama hizo zitaanza kuwa norm of the day. Wapata? So lazima watafute njia ya credibility. Hongera sana kwa CAF, waliweza kupiga shughuli muro kabisa, na natarajia siku moja Michael Olunga, Austin Odhiambo tunawatarajia tuone pale hapa.
Timu ya kina dada ya wachezaji wasiozidi umri wa miaka 17 na walikuwa nominated lakini hawakupiga hatua kwenye finali. Jambo ambalo lilibua hisia tofauti haswa kwenye tuzo hili ni kuona huyu mwanadada ambaye alikuwa anazungumza, huyo mwanahabari wakaulizana, barani Afrika kuna mwanahabari ambaye anaweza simama pale, mbona tutoe mwanahabari nje? Kumwona lakini ukizungumza pia ni baadhi ya wanahabari bora kwenye ile wakina dada kwenye sekta ya mchezo. Kwa hivyo pia kuwa kwenye tuzo kama hizi?
Ni swali tunajiuliza, lakini najua ni kitu ambayo hata kama ni kuset standard mcheza kuwa utunzwa. Sasa lazima tuanzie nyumbani kwanza. Labda CAF wako na hesabu, natarajia mwaka ujayo tukikuja kwa CAF Awards 2025 watakuwa wamefanya marekebisho kwa zile vitu 2-3 ambazo walihata, lakini hiyo haimaanishi tutawapanguza jasho tusahau yale mazuri wamefanya.
Angalia mzee Kipara mwenyewe hapo. Yaani Infantino pia alikuwa. Umesema ni wanasiasa tu lazima.
Lakini Danko, kabla tutoke kwa hii statement nataka kutaja kitu moja kuhusu Lukman. Na hii ni kitu mimi kama kocha ningependa wachezaji wote waendeweze kwenda kuangalia safari ya Lukman. Ukiangalia safari ya Lukman, ni mtu ambaye matimu zimekuwa zikimkataa, zimekuwa zikimtemwa, wapata. Alafu kocha mmoja akakuja akampa imani, na ndio huyu hapa, wapata. Ukiangalia anaitwa nani? Alikuwa Abraham, huyu mwenye alikuwa ni uraibu wa Afrika, lakini akachukua England kama nchi ya kuichezea. Sasa unapata Lukman anachezea nchi yake vizivyema.
Abraham yule alikuwa Roma, alikuwa Chelsea.
Huyo. Basi huyo. Unaona sasa England wamemtema, wataki hata mambo yake. Sasa ni kitu ningependa wachezaji wetu waweze kuchukua funzo kutoka kwa Lukman.
Ndio hizo tuzo ambao wachezaji waliweza kutuzwa, mtazamaji. Kila hongera kwa waliotuzwa. Na pia mimi siku moja nitakuwa kwenye jukwaa hili
kama mwanahabari.
Wasema mpira ilinishinda, sasa kama mwanahabari ni sawa. Yatafanyika. Tuachane tuna tuzo ambazo zimefanyika basi. Dimba la kufuzu AFCON mwaka 2025 ya wachezaji wasiozidi umri wa miaka 17. Timu yetu ilipigwa na Tanzania bao 1-1, bao 1-0. Na mtazamaji, ile timu sasa ambayo ni lazima sasa ishinde dhidi ya Uganda.
Kweli. Ni wasiwasi kubwa ambao mimi ninayo. Kuna tetesi ya kwamba kuna wachezaji wetu kwenye kambi hiyo waliweza kutemwa kupitia MRI scan. Ilisemekana miaka zao zimepita umri wa 17. Tetesi tena, si jukani ukweli ama ni uongo, lakini
tetesi za sporti kweli nzuri ndio hiyo.
Napata
nimalizie alafu.
Sasa ukiangalia kuna hiyo moja, ya pili pia ni kuna ile criteria, tungependa kujua criteria wachezaji ambao waliweza kuchaguliwa, kwa sababu tena pia hii tunajua si tetesi, lakini pia kuna timu moja ambayo imeweza kudominate kwa wachezaji ambao wako kwenye hiyo kikosi.
Timu ya Kariobangi Sharks. Wachezaji wengi wametoka.
Hiyo ndio umesema Danko, si vivi. Lakini tumewekwa kwenye situation ngumu sana ambayo lazima tuweze kumpiga Uganda. Ndio tuweze kuingia kwenye robo finali, na tena hapo tuweze kujiredeem. Unaona. Na yote tisa, nina imani na matumaini kubwa kuwa vijana wataweza kufanya. Nina furaha tena Danko, wajua mwaka mzima tumekuwa tukikuja hapa kwenye timu ya taifa na kutajia mchezaji nimecoach, pia kwenye kikosi under 17 nina mchezaji ambaye nimeweza kucoach, na inanipa furaha kubwa sana. Wacha tuone, nina matumaini tunaweza piga Uganda.
Nilikuwa nafanya mahojiano, taarifa yenyewe tutakuwa naipeleka hewani hivi siku chache zijazo. Nilikuwa nazungumza na mmoja kati ya wachezaji ambao walikuwa wanacheza kwa kile kikosi cha wachezaji wasiozidi umri wa miaka 20 walifuzu kwenye AFCON. Na alinieleza ile safari yake jinsi ambavyo ilivyokuwa. Akaniambia miaka chache zilizopita aliitwa kwenye kikosi cha under 15. Na kwenye kile kikosi cha under 15 ule mchezaji siku za kusafiri akaanza kuambiwa hivi na hivi ni baadhi ya wachezaji bora kwenye kile kikosi cha under 20 sasa.
Kweli.
Akaambiwa sijui nini hivi na hivi, akatemwa kwenye kikosi, lakini alikuwa kijana mdogo, alikuwa chini ya umri wa miaka 15. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha pia kwenye ukichagua pia wachezaji pia wape nafasi kila mchezaji mwenye ana kiwango cha juu.
Ni kweli Danko, lakini nina matumai kuwa ambavyo tumechagua Hussein Mohamed na naibu wake Mariga, haya vitu zitakuwa vitu za kale. Natarajia kuwa vitu zitafanywa na tajriba ambayo inafaa kufanywa. Professionalism natarajia italetwa kwenye team, kikosi. Mimi natarajia kuwa tusione kocha wa under 17 ndio kocha wa under 20 ndio sijui kocha wa senior team. Natarajia vitu kama yataisha. Pia ningetarajia kama hiyo kikosi ya wanadada wasiozidi umri 17, natarajia kuona vile watapelekwa pole pole mpaka under 20 mpaka senior. Tusiwaachilie kwa sababu imeisha. Lakini nina imani kubwa sana na kiongozi wetu wa mpira Kenya Hussein Mohamed, naibu wake Mariga. Nina matumaini na imani kubwa wataweza kurekebisha haya makosa ambayo tumekuwa tukijulikana lakini yamepita kwa sasa.
Sababu kila Mkenya ana matumaini.
Kweli?
Hussein Mohamed.
Kweli.
Iwapo atakosa.
Nao Danko, kampeni imeisha. Sasa ni kazi.
Na alikuwa kwenye tuzo za CAF.
Alikuwa za CAF ndio alikuwa.
Marrakesh.
Kweli. Kampeni imeisha, sasa ni kazi. Akikuja kutia maji hapa kazini pia yeye tutamfukuza na Mariga. Wakifanya kazi shangwe na nderemo kwao.
Anasema asipofanya unasema tuondoka.
Vile tu tulitoa Nick, asipofanya kazi ndio pia tutamtoa.
Ile ni mali ya FIFA ile. Wacha tuangalie mechi ya Uganda dhidi ya Kenya, labda kwa ubashiri wako.
Natarajia Kenya tuweza kushinda mabao 2 labda kwa 1.
Mechi ambayo itakuwa inachezwa siku ya Jumamosi ambayo ni Saturday wiki ama weekend hii ambayo inaanza kesho. Weekend inaanza kesho rasmi
Kweli.
Na mambo kabedhi. Wacha tuangalie ligi kuu ya soka kule Uingereza. Kuna mechi kadhaa ambazo zimeratibiwa kuchezwa. Kuna mechi ambayo pia inachezwa lakini ni mechi ya EFL quarter finals. Tunazungumzia United ambao wanapiga mtazamaji, United ambao dakika 6 zijazo watakuwa wanacheza na Tottenham. Lakini kwanza wacha tuangalie ligi kuu ya soka, mechi ambazo tunatarajia ziweze kuchezwa. Aston Villa itakuwa inacheza dhidi ya Manchester City. Wanasema timu yote ambayo inapatana na Man City basi inapiga tu ile Man City ya Pep. Pep amekosa inaitwa nini? Mawaidha kwa
Danko, mimi hapo nina mawaidha tofauti ama na maoni tofauti. Baada ya Man City kupigwa na United, niliambia ndugu yangu mkubwa, timu yote inapatana na City next, hawatatoa chini ya mabao 3.
Ni kipi kitabadilika?
Nasemaje, kuna unaona ile bragging right. City washapoteza bragging right ya derby. Sasa wanatafuta hiyo mechi moja. Sisi kama makocha wasemanga tutatafuta ile mechi moja ile kupiga U-turn. Na hiyo mechi moja mimi naona itakuwa ni weekend. Na ikishika Aston Villa ni hivyo. Kama wewe ni mtu wa kucheza na bet ya Maybet, weka zaidi ya mabao 3.5.
Ushawaambia? Alafu pia kuna mechi nyingine, Brentford watacheza dhidi ya Nottingham Forest, Ipswich wacheze dhidi ya Newcastle, West Ham dhidi ya Brighton, Crystal Palace watapiga dhidi ya Arsenal. Hii ni derby ama hii ni derby. Everton wacheze dhidi ya Chelsea, Fulham wapige dhidi ya Southampton, na Leicester City wacheze dhidi ya Wolverhampton. Man United watacheza na Bournemouth. Alafu mechi kubwa ya kufunga siku, Tottenham Hotspur wapige dhidi ya Liverpool. Nini? Unasema mechi kubwa.
Ushataja mechi zote kubwa, alafu sasa
mechi kubwa ya weekend Spurs dhidi ya Liverpool.
Sawa.
Ongelea hii mechi ya Man U ambao wanacheza na Bournemouth.
Ni mechi pia natarajia utashinda kulingana na kikosi ambayo kocha ameweka leo. Nadhani ni kocha pia anaelewa kazi ambayo anafanya. Kitu kubwa Amorim amefanya ni kuweza kuinstill competition kwa hiyo team. Ile sana mimi hupenda kusema you have to earn your right to play. Earn the right to play. Na ameifanya vyema sana. Angalia Amad Diallo amekuwa akiwekwa bench chini ya Tenag. Sasa ndio huyo Amad Diallo yeye anatupigia mabao za ushindi. So Bournemouth natarajia kuwa tutaweza kuwachinja vile tulichinja majirani zetu.
Crystal Palace, Arsenal na pia Chelsea dhidi ya Everton.
Crystal Palace Arsenal si mechi rahisi, lakini wajua Arsenal wakipata kona ni kama matuta. Sasa naona tu Arsenal wakishinda.
Juzi wameshikwa koma. Na pia ukiangalia dhidi ya Monaco, nafikiri Monaco ilifunza timu Arsenal walipopatana na Monaco na wakipiga zile kona, wachezaji wa Monaco wakaenda kushambulika. Bidi sasa wachezaji wa Arsenal watoke kwenye kile kisanduku wakiogopa ile counter.
Lakini Danko, unajua ukiona hata mechi Arsenal walicheza na Everton wiki iliyopita, Everton waliweza kumakinika kwenye defending ya kona. wapata. Lakini sasa ukumbuke Arsenali ubabu wao si kwa kona peke yake, mpaka set piece za free kick outside the box wapata, wakiwa na mtu kama Saka akiwa on form. So natarajia mechi natarajia Arsenal wanaweza shinda kwa urahisi hiyo mechi. Lakini wakipoteza shangwe na nderemo.
Lakini United lazima pia washinde. Si ati unafurahia. Mechi kubwa ambayo inaanza United wakipiga dhidi ya Everton. Nikupe lineup tu kidogo sababu naona wacha nisome lineup sababu naona muda unatupiga chenga. Pale United nilikuwa natarajia mlinda lango mwingine tofauti. Onana amekalishwa kiti, ameambiwa pumzika. Kijana Baidi ndio atakuwa anaanza. Hemi Yoro amecheza, Lindelof, Martinez na pia Mazrui ni baadhi ya wale walinzi. Kocha ameenda na formation ya 3-4-2-1. Hojlund, Anthony na Fernandes ndio wako pale katikati. Kando yangu naona mechi inaanza.
Ya kweli.
Mechi inaanza. Alafu Tottenham Solanke kama kawaida wamechukua Madison. Madison anasumbua kweli. Sony
top talent.
Na Kulusevski, Bissouma na Sarr wapo pale katikati kama defending midfielders. Kule nyuma kwenye Tottenham Foster ndio mlinda lango, Poro na pia Dragusin. Mechi yenyewe imeanza kuanza. Tottenham ndio hichi kikosi. Ndio hiki kikosi. Fraser wanakiona kikosi kizima. Na Pedro Poro, Jed France na ndio hicho kikosi. Unazungumziaje tukifunga?
Si mechi rahisi kwetu. Tottenham wako na wachezaji wazuri. Ukiangalia Pedro Poro conform, kijana atabiriki vile atacheza leo kesho. Ukiangalia nahodha wao Son ni mchezaji mwingine top quality. Alafu Kulusevski hapo katikati, yeye na Bissouma wanafanya mambo yao. So pia itakuwa mechi rahisi. Ukiangalia pande ya Manchester United, vile nimetoka kukuambia tu Said Anko, kocha wetu Amorim amehakikisha kuna ile kitu inaitwa the right to play. So unaona hiyo the right to play ameiweka. Ukiona kama sahi ameweza kupumzisha Onana akaeka Biadir. Anthony leo ameweza kuanzishwa. Leny Yoro ambaye alikuwa anatafutiwa match fitness leo ameweza kuanzishwa. So wakati tutaenda windows ya katikati, hakuna mchezaji atasema kuwa sikupewa nafasi ya kujitetea, sikupewa nafasi ya kujionyesha. Sasa mimi natarajia kocha hesabu ambayo anapiga ni hesabu ambayo mimi kama kocha ninaweza kujifunza mambo mengi sana.
Tena naona simu yangu inaniambia mechi inaanza hii. Mechi ya Tottenham ambao wanacheza dhidi ya United. Sijui mtazamaji ukiwa nyumbani ubashiri wako ni upi? Unabashiri mabao nini?
Manchester 3, Tottenham nunge.
Na huyu kocha tayari mechi imeanza. Ndio hiyo mechi mtazamaji imeweza kuanza. Tottenham dhidi ya Manchester United. Yule ambaye atakuwa anashinda basi atakuwa nafuzu kuelekea nusu finali.
Kweli.
Umesema mabao ngapi?
3 nunge.
Na kocha Amorim amewapa nafasi kila mchezaji.
Kweli.
Kwenye kikosi chake. Hadi mlinda lango.
Kweli.
Mlinda lango pia ambaye
nakwambia the right to play. Usipo perform, kocha akiamua kukubadilisha, akuuze, anunue mwingine, wajua ni jasho yako, ni vitendo vyako vimekuweka kwa kiwanja.
Na kabedhi mechi ama kabedhi tukizungumza sababu muda naona unatupiga chenga. Kumbuka leo ni kipindi cha mwisho mwaka 2000 VAR ya mwisho mwaka 2024. Alafu sasa tuende kwenye sikukuu. Sijui ni kipi ambacho unatarajia?
Kwanza Danko, ndakupa shukran sana kwa kunialika kwenye show ya VAR. Imekuwa mwaka moja nzuri sana. Tumeweza kudadisi mpira vyema, tumeweza kufurahia. Imekuwa mwaka tumejifunza zaidi. Shukran sana TV47 kwa kazi ambayo tunafanya mzuri sana. Na natarajia pia kuambia watazamaji wetu nyumbani, mashabiki wetu, hii sikukuu jivinjari vyema, usipitishe kiwango chako. Januari school fees inakuja. Mshahara ya Disemba imekuja wiki huu. Mshahara umekula, unafaa kutumia Januari. So tumia hela yako vizuri, usisahau kesho, na pia kesho tunakuhitaji. Januari tunakuhitaji tuweze kujenga nchi pamoja.
Na mimi mtazamaji, kwa wanasema unajua jinsi ambavyo unakuwa. You know whether you are growing or not. Mtazamaji, mimi nafurahia sana kwa muda ambao wewe kuanzia Januari umekuwa nami. Kuna mashabiki ambao kila siku nikiangalia kwenye ujumbe naona tu huyu shabiki anatazama kipindi cha VAR. Mashabiki kama hao mnanipa motisha kila siku. Wakubwa wangu pia sitowasahau walionipa. Ningependa
kutaja mashabiki.
Unataka uniharibia?
Wasininyonge. Pole sana Tako. Kuna shabiki kama Moremi amekuwa shabiki wetu msugu sana. Kuna Kevo Shooks amekuwa ndani ya studio. Kuna Janice Moyo amekuwa ndani ya studio. So mashabiki kama Danko vile umesema tunajijua tukiongezea au ndio wanatusaidia sisi wote pamoja tunaweza kugrow pamoja. Shukran sana. 2025 tunatarajia waongezeke zaidi kwa zaidi.
Waongezeke pia zaidi mtazamaji. Mimi amenikatiza lakini nitakuwa naendelea mahali na wacha niendelee. Basi kwa wale ambao walimefanikisha kipindi hiki, unazungumzia wakubwa, mzalishaji Alan yupo ndani. Alan ni baadhi ya wazalishaji wa vipindi vya spoti. Nashukuru sana kwa kuweza kunipa nafasi hiyo. Pia mamangu mzazi akiwa nyumbani, shabiki mkubwa, najua bado hajalala. Yuhakikisha kwanza lazima kipindi kikamilike ndio alale, lakini shukrani sana kwa waliofanikisha kipindi hiki. Shukrani sana kwa wale ambao waliweza kuhakikisha kuwa VAR inazidi kusonga. VAR ukiwa nyumbani basi inakuburudisha na inakupa habari za spoti. Pia kwa wacha nimalizie hapo sababu ya muda nitaanza kulia. Mtazamaji, basi mimi nakutakia Christmas njema na mwaka mpya uliojaa baraka na mafanikio tele. Kuwa na usiku mwema. Kwaheri mtazamaji.
Join Maybets leo
Anavutia.